Yo, what's poppin'?
Was good. Some more of it, man.
Another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, man.
Another
Where
one.
where 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 you could come free your mind and help others free theirs. Where
That's right. I'm gonna let you. Hey, keep on rolling that shit. It's up.
I am your co-host by the name of Selfmade, man. You gotta tap in with self to know thyself always.
That's a fact. And I am the other half of the co-host, and I'll go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like the sun and the moon. What's popping?
It's popping with everybody, man. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, comment, the whole nine. You know what I'm saying? It helps uh the channel grow, and we on the way to 200 subscribers, so definitely try to share that out, clip us or something, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I haven't even been paying attention to those numbers like that. That's lit.
Yeah, we on the way, man. We on the way, man.
Okay.
Today though, you could explain how it transpired, but nigga, I just know today
Okay.
is a special day. It's finna, it's gonna be a good topic.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Peace to the young life that's in the building. What's popping?
Oh man,
Young
what's going
life
on
in
with
the building.
y'all, man? You know what I mean?
Good.
Another one of a ready, you know what I mean?
Hey,
Oh
yeah,
man, you
appreciate you,
already
man, for
know.
sliding through.
Yeah, that's that's
For
the,
sure.
that's the young life right there from the turf. Big five, like you know what I mean. So it's his first time on the show, of course, for everybody that don't know, but it's his first time on here, so we super appreciate him pulling up. The young life didn't have no time to
Yeah.
say, yeah, nigga, name the time, the date, the place, nigga, I'm pulling up.
Right.
You pull it up. You feel me?
Facts.
Pull
Facts.
it up. So
You know,
here
we,
we
we
go.
appreciate the energy for sure. A lot of people, sometimes get discouraged because of the public speaking, and that's absolutely fine. But sometimes it just takes your uncomfortability to be like, hey, this is kind of lit, like you know what I mean. So without any training,
Right.
without any, I super salute you for bringing your energy,
Facts.
you know what I mean, to the
For
podcast for
sure.
sure.
For sure. For
Definitely,
sure. Appreciate no, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? For you letting me be here, man. For sure.
definitely.
Uh,
So before I even get into the topic and shit, right? I definitely want to super salute everybody who's been purchasing my children's, but the love is like it's continuing
Mm.
to flow, like you know what I mean. It's still flowing. I just now, you know, keep on cash apping myself, like indulge. I'm like, God damn, I keep on got to accept it and do this. However, I did get a message from somebody today that was asking me about the time that the book was going to be shipped and delivered. So I made a post last week showing the actual date that I'm going to receive it from the bulk that I ordered. So as soon as that comes in, and I believe it had the January 22nd to January 25th. So as soon as I get that, I'm gonna ship it out to everybody else individually. So please just have a little bit of patience.
Hey,
uh,
do me a favor, Woon, and send me a picture of the cover of your book.
Got you,
Yeah,
yeah.
paste that up there. You know what I'm saying?
definitely.
Yeah, man. Shout
Yeah.
out to everybody that's in the building. Shout out to the chat. If you in here, say what's up.
Definitely. As far as the Facebook, I see BG in the building. What's popping, boy?
Let's
Yeah.
see.
But
Oh,
yeah,
my shit's still. I'm tripping.
so I made a post about what no, what did I say? I said the only generational curse that needs to be broken is the belief that we're under a generational curse, right? Um, and I did not know I didn't know the feedback that I was gonna get from that and shit, right? But I know I'm known to post controversial posts sometimes and whatnot. But I thought that this one was going to be um, something that people was going to probably take in and consider, right? And I think a lot of people actually like the post, but of course, we live in a dualistic society, so everything is not supposed to be looked at as one way. So we did have some people that disagree with the post naturally, as people should, right? So I just wanted to get clarity on what people would deem. a generational curse. I used to hear it a lot, and it used to be a question in my mind. Well, what does it look like? How do we substantiate what this curse is? Where does it come from, and how does this curse be lifted? And then also, what is the purpose for the curse? And for the people who know, for the most part, we've had conversations and builds with some of our Hebrew Israelite brothers, and they would tell us that the curse that has been placed upon so-called black people was a curse from God, right? For going against the laws and statutes and commandments of the Most High. So, but they said the curse was placed for that reason, for going against those laws. So it's really like, is it a curse or is it a punishment? And that's kind of where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? In terms of that. But I know people also say that, that it's a curse that comes from this quote unquote white man, or, whatever the situation is. I just want to see how many different takes that we can try to see what this curse is about.
Yeah, when you think about the word curse just in general, it's like, it has like a negative connotation to it. You know what I mean? Like it's bad, something's wrong. But yeah, for the most part, there has to be some sort of foundation for where this curse comes from or originated. Like, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm kind of curious to see, because just like you said, just thinking about the curse, a lot of people that I know is dealing with the Bible on that Hebrew type of time. So
I was that topic, like, people always say it's levels to this. You know what I mean? It's levels to this, levels to that, levels to this. So as far as identifying that, curse as a whole, you know what I mean? Because like a lot of people like to bring it up with the Bible, you know what I mean, or this or that, but as well, you know what I mean? You got the higher power curses, you know what I mean? You got the curses that we could bring upon ourselves, you know what I mean? We got, you know what I mean, to it for sure, you know what I mean? Not just one as a whole to carry as a big old bag of water. It's definitely levels to it for sure. As far as generational curse, you know what I mean? The whole, where does it start from? I guess we can start there. Where do it start from? You know what I mean? But as far as a curse though, you know what I mean? I feel like it's definitely different levels to it. You know, people can use the same word or same definition for some, you know what I mean? For so many different things, you know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, what thing are we talking about? You know what I mean?
So what would be your definition of a curse?
A curse would I'll probably take it to the biblical or the high power point of view. You know what I mean? Come into it without our understanding. You know what I mean? A curse to me is something that not necessarily have been inherited down to us. You know what I mean? In a way, for sure. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean? It wasn't necessarily your fault. You know what I mean? And a curse to get on a curse, if we taking it that route, could let you know that as a people, we all supposed to be together for everybody to be together to break a curse. You know what I mean? It takes for one understanding for sure to break a bad cycle. You know what I mean? I think a curse is just as good as a cycle. It could
be broken.
So,
right.
It can be broken.
Okay. So so if the curse is coming from the higher power, you're saying it's not our fault then.
It's it's our fault that we carry it on, because see, a lot of just even pass down that beginning of who we even are from our family. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So many people, pass down the good and then leave the bad stuff for 3 generations down to where your granddaughter is. Oh, this is something else. Your grandpa skeleton closet. You feel me? His closet of skeletons. You feel me? You was never. You know what I
I'm
mean?
saying like But if the curse is coming from the higher power and is being passed down, like it would have to be passed down from God down to the people,
Right.
and then
This
now the
of
people
disobeyment, right?
say that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like
Of disobeyment.
if you disobey whatever, you know what I mean. Like regardless of how it, you know, how you got the curse is coming from God down to the people,
For sure. For sure.
and and so you're saying as the people, like the people have to change for the curse to get lifted.
Yep. I feel like as soon as the people change, that's when that curse is gonna be broken. Start anew, straight up. You know what I mean? A curse is dang near just as strong as your DNA. You feel me?
And God's the only person that can remove that curse.
And for a curse to be removed from God is like a gift from God. You know what I mean? There you go for your hard work. You know what I mean? There you go for your concentration and understanding what I say we should be. Don't lean on your own understanding for sure. That's the first route. Feel me? For sure.
Now, when you say because I just want to put into perspective that question and try to see if we could go a little bit deeper with that. Um, in terms of a biblical understanding, some people would say that the flesh itself is a curse, right, or is cursed. Um, so if the flesh is cursed, right, uh, do you think that still like because the flesh? I don't think it says that the flesh will never not be cursed, right? So if we know that as long as that we're in this flesh, that we're going to be cursed, then do we have to die or do we have to ascend out of this flesh in order to get the curse removed?
That's deep right there. That's raw. That's raw. You know, how many people are living in the world of their knowledge or spiritual? You know what I mean? Instead of physical. You know what I mean? After being presented, now I understand. I feel like there may be a physical world and there's a spiritual world. You know what I mean? How many people is living in the spiritual world and not this physical material?
See the point that you just now made right there, right? Excellent answer, right? And this is what I mean. This is the whole ideology behind my post, right? Because ultimately, what you're saying, because my question was, is that if we're always in the flesh, in the physical, no matter what we do, we're going to be cursed. This is biblical literature, right? But heaven and the spiritual world is a whole different place. And if you look at what the dynamics of what we are, we're both human and spirit, right? So
Right.
there's nothing wrong with somebody saying, "Hey, well, I feel in my humanistic ways are probably going to be bad because flesh is cursed. There's nothing I
Okay.
can do about that." But the way that I think on my spirit, when I tap into the spirit, that may alleviate this curse because I'm not even functioning with my flesh. So as a good book say, be of the world, and so I'm sorry, be in the what is it? Be in the world, but not of it. Is that what it say or
That
something
makes
similar?
sense.
So
Be up.
in my post, I'm saying, yeah, you can acknowledge whatever good and bad comes with just being in the flesh. But in the mind, you don't have to subject yourself to that because
Right.
this is talk. Like, you know what I mean? So that's
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 raw.
my whole purpose of the post.
Straight up. For sure. You know.
We got Kareem in the building. What up, man?
Hey, what's going on with the Kings, man?
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
With it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What y'all on today?
We talking about the generational curses. Right now, we're just dealing with the word curse in general. And then I guess we could pass the mic around and then talk about the generational curses for sure. But I appreciate you for pulling up, Kareem, for sure.
Yeah, I'm on your top, boy.
Hey, I love. Hey, people probably for the people who don't know us, they probably think we be beefing and shit. I'm like, nah, nigga, that's my nigga for real. Like,
Hey, no, for real, for real.
Straight up.
But what's good though? Get on my top, Kareem. Go ahead and spill your spill.
Nah, I think a lot is lost on the Facebook, when we just typing, you know what I'm saying? But I know you sharp though, so I know you understand what I'm saying.
Definitely.
But now I feel like them generational curses is real. I was actually just talking to my mom about that earlier today. And you know what I mean? And I don't look at it, I look at it more of a not like a curse of how people think, but like you said yourself that you believe in that same post, you said that you believe that you can manifest things, right? And bring those things to life.
Definitely.
Okay, so do you believe that you could manifest things in other people?
Manifest things in other people. What do you mean by
For
that?
for for example, I had kind of gave you an example on that page. Like for example, when somebody when somebody simply encourages you sometimes, right?
Uh-huh.
When people get encouragement, sometimes that can manifest something within them that'll make them want to work harder at what they're doing or what they were encouraged on. Also, when you speak negativity, and that's why I don't let nobody speak negativity over me or over my life. Anybody even telling me
Straight up.
what I can't do or what I can't do or how hard it's gonna be, I shut them down instantly. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want that to manifest in my life. You see what I'm saying? And people can manifest things in your life. It doesn't mean that you can't change it. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that you don't have the overall ability over it. But if somebody's ever told you something negative and then that brung your day down, that shows you right there that people can manifest something in you. You don't have to hold on to it, right?
But you just said it though. You just said it as far as what you know what I mean? Like you gave both examples, honestly. You
Right.
used yourself as one example, and then you used other people, in general as another example by saying certain people can say certain stuff to them and they'll allow it or they'll let them or that idea manifest within their reality. But then
But we
the same
but
person can say the same thing to you, and you choose not to let that shit manifest in your reality because you
what,
had control and a certain type of understanding.
no, what I
What?
do is I don't even let it be. I shut it down before it's even said. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to
Right.
hear it. You feel me? Because if I hear it, I understand that it could manifest within me. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna let you even shoot your spiel. You feel me?
Hey, when you say manifest, let me try to insert an idea. So in my way of believing in or my thought pattern and reasoning is nothing is ever put into us. Everything is brought out of us, right? Does that make sense?
Allowed to
To
be
I hear you.
allowed to
So
manifest.
right. So when you say manifest, that means that it's something that's already within you. I don't think that anybody can put nothing into you. Right.
Right.
That's just like if you're dealing with your relationship, you're dealing with a female, it's just like that nigga brings out the best in me, right? Brings out. Like you can people get egotistical and say, yeah, I gave that bitch some game. No, you showed her you expose her to herself and to certain feelings that she already has. You understand what I'm trying to say? So because we are emotional creatures, right? So if I tell you, Kareem, you ain't gonna be shit, and then that triggers some emotion that you may have that's deep inside your mind. That damn, you want to know what? I ain't gonna be shit. So I brought out that emotion in you, and guess what? Now you have the choice or the option to say, nigga, fuck that shit, because you gonna be
Exactly.
like, nigga, I am gonna be something. So sometimes we do need somebody
right.
to that we ain't gonna be shit. But guess what? It's all about
Take that shit. Like
how you take it and how you push it. So we can say that somebody can curse you, and I think a lot of people going into scripture when they say that Jesus cursed the fig tree, right? Like nigga, like you ain't producing no fruit, nigga. As a matter of fact, nigga, you ain't doing nothing for the rest of your shit. And the tree fucking died. It's just like nigga, I got the power to do this shit if this motherfucker allow me. But he said, nigga, you got the power to move mountains and shit, right? So it's just like it depends on what you allow things to be popping. Like nigga, I'm a fig tree. My natural thing is for me to produce fruit. So how you gonna tell me something different? But if I believe,
I understand that perspective, but
yeah, I believe
how
it,
about?
then I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You
No,
got it.
I'm saying okay, but you could also be. That's just one way where I look at the curse as to where somebody can curse you. But what I was telling to you before And the way I look at that is that's the perspective when you say that they're bringing it out of you, because you could say anything is brung out of you, right? But you know, it could be a situation where somebody goes into something completely fearless, right? Like you might go into it could be any kind of situation, a work situation, a social situation, whatever, and you might be completely fearless, right? And that of course fear lives inside of every human being somewhere, so of course you'll say, okay, well, it came out of them, right? But say for example, you know, this person is completely confident in something, right? But then somebody start shooting the negative lugs, like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that. And then a person will develop a fear. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that fear is what was put into them. It was manifested by what those people were saying to them. So I understand your perspective on that. I don't want to go back and forth. But
I got you real quick. So you said they were naturally born confident?
Well, I'm not saying nobody was born confident or nothing like that. I'm just saying when you go into a situation, it could just be a situation.
I'm going to tell you why I asked you that question real quick, Five. Let me tell you why I asked you that question. Because they would have somebody to bring that confidence, not even somebody, a situation.
Well, we not talking about somebody that was nothing born confident. Like, for example, like with your
that's what I'm saying. But everything, this is what I mean. Confidence is still based upon what? How you feel about yourself.
Yeah, but I don't want you to address something I'm not talking about, though. You know what I'm saying? So,
but
like,
you are talking about it, though. You are talking about it.
I want you to address exactly what I'm talking about. You didn't let me finish my sentence. So
I'm sorry, go ahead. My bad, go ahead.
So what I mean is I don't want to get stuck on the word confident or nothing like that. All I'm saying is that, for example, you can be fearless. Let's use that word. If we're going to get stuck on words, let's use that word, right?
You're not born.
Y'all raising your hand, brother. Let me finish the sentence real quick.
Go ahead.
He got something to say real bad, so go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, I just want to make this clear real quick. When you say the word fear, by default, you're automatically including the opposite of what fear is. That's all I was going to say. So you can say, like, we're not talking about confidence, which is, you know, on the other side of fear, but we are, though, because it's either or when you're talking about it.
Okay, so
okay,
I'm gonna let y'all run.
And then you got it next, Five.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kareem.
What we doing?
Nah, go ahead. Finish your idea. Go ahead.
Oh no, all I was saying, man, is you know what I mean? Like anytime you can go into something fearless, right? Like for example, like for me to get on a podcast or something like that, right? You could say maybe I would be fearless. Maybe it's for y'all probably is fearless, right? Because it's something that you do on a regular basis, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm not saying for y'all as individuals, because it might not work on y'all, right? But somebody else who may be fearless in whatever they do, and it could be going outside and taking a walk, right? Somebody walk outside their door every single day, but you might say, hey, you know, today they said that it's going to be a tornado. All of a sudden you scared to walk out. So somebody has placed something on you and manifested. We don't got to go way deep into that. You know what I'm saying? But so that's how I look at it. I understand your perspective to where you say, no matter what, if somebody places anything in you, it would be in you anyway. So if that's your argument, then we just be going around in circles all day because you're right and then I'm right as well.
Let me
I think as a whole, you feel me? As a whole thing, you feel me? I feel what you're saying, Woon. I feel like you're saying like you feel me? Both humans, we got the best of both worlds inside of us already within us. You feel me? Be fearless or fear. You feel me? You can be scared, not scared at all. You feel me? So we got the best of both worlds in us. So even if you take a child who disorder, you feel me, or cricket lit from the way he was born, if that tells him he handsome every single day, no matter how his face looks or whatever, he gonna grow up to manifest. So within us, we got best of both worlds in us, but you know what I mean, peers or everybody at the world to see we could become. But if you know yourself more than you allow the next person to teach you about yourself, then no matter what somebody say that I am, if I know myself more and I know, you know what I mean, within you telling me about the less side of myself, I know me suck being being horrible at what I'm doing know that me being great at what I'm doing is in me as well.
Right.
That's
And
a
see,
fact.
that's what I was trying to express, right? And I use the word express for a reason. So when we talk about having this human experience, right? Where you cannot not have these emotions in you, right? They're a part of our makeup. So when you're just like what you're saying, Kareem, and I understand what you're saying, but when you brought up, the fear, something happens and it's a fear, then something happens you're able to expose or express these things by the experiences, right? And all these EX words, it just means to get out, right? Do you understand what that means? Like exist means out, exit means out, express means to let it out. All of these EX words means to get out when it's a prefix, right? So when we think about that, you're only just bringing things out, right? So these experiences that you're referring to that may bring out fear or may bring out confidence, it's always within you anyway. Just like the little homie just now said. So it's just like, that's what I mean. So it's just like you can say that, oh no, I've never been fearless. Well, yes, you have. like you won't know that until you experience something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you're exposed to that shit. So this is the whole ideology. So I'm not saying that you're not affected by the experiences that you have or the exchange that you have with other people, because that's the whole point. In order to bring shit out of you, that's what an experience is. Like, you know what I mean? When it comes down to that, that's why I say you cannot have nothing. You can't have anybody put anything into you. They can bring it out of you, and that's I can back that up 100 times. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I understand your perspective. Like I said, based on that perspective, what you were saying is we can go back and forth with that. You know what I'm saying? I could say that things are brung out you. You could say that it was already in you. You know what I'm saying? So like if I was to say that I never had a fear of certain things, and you would say, well, you did have a fear. It was in you deep inside, and you just didn't know. So that's an argument we could just go around in circles forever with. But my point,
I feel like if you don't,
as far as the word curse was, on the word curse, if you look at the Webster's dictionary, right, it means something that what did it say on there? I gotta probably look it up, but it means something that you are inflicted by, right? So if we're looking at something that you are inflicted by, and we go by the definition, and we're not using some type of wizard's curse, or how people think of curses,
right?
You see what I'm saying? Then we can follow how then we can believe in curses, because most of us are inflicted by something, right?
When you say inflicted, can you give me an example of what that looks like?
It doesn't. I don't see the word inflicted.
The definitions does say inflicted. It does say that, but you have to read.
Yeah, and y'all know I don't bring up nothing off my butt. You know what I'm saying? So anything I'll be.
I looked at the definition.
For sure looked up the etymology of it, right? So, but so like an example would be like I give a common example is like a family where somebody is on drugs. You know what I'm saying? And then next thing you know, you see that curse passed down through the family. As far as you see the children on drugs, and oftentimes their children will be on drugs, and their children will be on drugs. So that's a curse. That's being inflicted by something, and that something is passed down to you. You know what I'm saying? Because of is it passed down to you like by magic or something like that, to where you automatically cursed? You know what I'm saying? Where you got to drink? No, but it's the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Because you saw the experience of watching somebody in your family be an alcoholic and having to deal with all of that. That's why they say that's why I use example. They say that kids that have been molested usually molest people. You see what I'm saying? Because of the trauma that happened. You see what I'm saying? So
are you saying that in every situation, somebody that's been exposed to an alcoholic lifestyle is automatically by default going to be an alcoholic in their life?
I mean, I would say that there's never going to be 100%, and I know a lot of people that were in alcoholic families, you know what I'm saying, that are not alcoholics. But I would say that 100% that there is going to be, what I would say is 100% is that there is going to be some type of infliction upon their life. Now, you can call it a curse, or you can call it an infliction, you can call it a cycle, you can call it whatever you want. You see what I'm saying? But it's going to be some type of some type of.
But are you considering that? Are you considering the infliction or affliction a negative thing, a
I
bad
always
thing?
say that.
Yeah, I am considering it. Most of the time, if we look at the experience of people who come from those type of situations, they have negative outcomes. Doesn't mean they have to have only a negative outcome, right? It doesn't mean that they can't flip the negative to a positive, right? But when you talk to these people, they say, hey, you know, it caused me pain. It caused my life to be this way. It
Right.
caused, you see what I'm saying? So yeah, there's
Right.
definitely an infliction. I'm not saying that these people's all gonna be drunk alcoholics and never make it in life or nothing like that. But I'm just saying these people are inflicted. So at that point, there's a curse on you that was passed down from your previous generations. You see what I'm saying? And so now it's up to you to make the choices in your life and take the steps that you got to make to break that curse in your life.
But see, that's the thing. When you say that it's bad, right? Like as soon as you say whatever happened is bad, if and I mean I don't know the scale at which you're saying majority, you know what I mean? But a lot of people, I know a lot of people that's went through a lot of, you know, quote unquote, you could say negative shit or bad shit, and came out of it positive, right? And you were saying that. So when you actually take a look at that thing that they had to go through, because you may like at this point, their perspective on life after going through something may change, and they can, you know, help the younger generation, you know, possibly get through that same situation if somebody else is going through that same situation. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily bad if you make it past that incident or whatever it may be, because now you have it's like you have experience. It's like, okay, I done passed this math test, you know what I'm saying, and I made it out to the other side, and now I'm here, you feel me? So it's like now you can utilize that as a strength in the rest of for the rest of your life, you know what I mean, to be able to pass down certain gems to people that may be
Absolutely,
dealing with that
that's
situation.
not. We're not talking about. But see, the conversation was never, are these people like some depressed people, or can they not strive in life? The conversation was, is there a curse? That's all I'm addressing. Is the curse in itself?
So
you see what I'm saying?
my thing
I'm
is,
not never saying that these people could be the most positive people on earth after their situation. They could have turned that within themselves to bring out a positive situation. When I'm talking about the curse, I'm talking about the actual infliction. Now,
right.
if you're saying if you're saying that these people who are going through these situations aren't inflicted at all, but what it sounds like you're saying is that they took their infliction and turned it into a positive, right?
You know what kind of the vibe y'all giving me off of the curses. I feel like a curse is kind of like a burden that somebody, and how it turns from a burden or something bad into a curse is when somebody believe that weight that's on is too heavy to lift. It's too heavy to lift. Feel me?
Exactly.
I'm starting to feel like that's all somebody believe that it's too heavy to lift. For sure.
And that's all predicated upon who? The person whoever's dealing with it,
Self.
right?
And that's
Absolutely.
That's what I was going to deal with. So there's an infliction, and then there's conflict, right? So when we talk about being inflicted, it depends on how you internalize the experience that you're going through, right?
Ooh.
So
I don't think so.
Wait. This is why Self asked you: is the infliction, can it be something good or can it be something bad? It's predicated upon your personal experience and what you got popping, right? So I'm not saying that the infliction is always what it is. The conflict is, okay, so what am I going to do with this information that I'm computing, right? So now I got a conflict with whatever I got popping. So anything that's coming towards you is going to be an infliction. Like, infliction does not necessarily have to always be bad, right? And I think that's what Seth was saying. It's just like, okay, so I'm inflicted with this. Let's look up the word infliction. Let's see if it holds just a negative connotation, right? And in my mind, I'm going to say that it's not. I have not looked it up, but in my mind, I don't feel like it's going to be just infliction is bad. I don't think it's going to say that.
Okay, well, if you look up infliction, another word that's gonna pop up is affliction. And usually, when you're saying somebody is afflicted with something, it's their it is a negative connotation around it, according to the dictionary. But I'm sure there's several different
Right.
definitions as well. But I feel like what we're addressing, okay, like for example, if you look, I said somebody who's drinking, right?
Mhm.
So it sounds like what y'all saying is okay. Somebody's drinking now. They had to witness their parent coming in drunk. A lot of things happen could be going on in a household where there's a drunk, right? So like let's say for example, uh, it's a mild situation, or let's use an extreme situation. Okay, let's say it's a drunk household and the dad is beating somebody or something, beating the children, right? And he only do this when he get drunk. So
Right.
according to y'all, this person could get beat and then all of this kind of stuff, and then they can flip that and say, hey, I'll never put my hands on somebody. They could be a positive person. Positivity can come out of that. I understand all of that, but what I'm saying is still they're in the situation where still they got to watch they father walk through the door and be drunk, even if he ain't beating them. You know what I'm saying? They got to watch him be belligerent, be embarrassed, and all of that stuff. So that's where the infliction comes in. It's not about how they flip it. It's not about what it does to them. They're still going through that. That's still part of the curse. That's on their family and that's on them. That's passed down from the generations. Now what you're all talking about, what y'all are addressing, I feel like, is the person who is able to break the curse, the person who has the ability to look within themselves and say, "This is not what I want for myself." You see what I'm saying?
So wait, the
I'm
father.
only talking about the curse.
So the dad in your scenario, the dad, the drunk, he's the one that's cursed, right?
The whole family is, and it's going to be passed on from the dad if it started at him.
How does he break the curse?
How does he break the curse?
Yes.
He would have to do it. He would have to go on his own mission. I mean, everybody is going to be different. For me, it could be just to say, hold on, I'm gonna stop drinking, because when I stopped smoking Black and Milds, that was you know what I'm saying. You can call that a curse, because then maybe my kids would have started smoking Black and Milds. So me, I just stopped. I just stopped instantly on my own. For the next person, they might have to go to NA. For the next person, they might have to read the Bible. For Woon, he
Right,
might have to
right.
go
So
to the
so
desert or
it's
something. You know
it's
what I'm
on
saying? So,
a person per person basis. It ain't got shit to do with God removing this curse. It has everything to do with that person removing the curse, right?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. You know what I'm saying?
What
You just said it.
yeah, like
I
you
mean, for
just
everybody, it's gonna be. I believe, me personally, I believe that some of these things are. I believe that some things you will need to turn to God to, but for me, uh, we could say that God had already put it in me to be able to stop smoking Black and Mild. I didn't have to say no prayers and then I just stopped smoking. I got sick one day. I said, I'm
so
good.
but
You feel
mainly
me?
I'm
So
just saying like it's not like the dad is like fuck, I can't stop drinking and I don't know why. Like it's something beyond me that's
Curse.
making me drink versus like nah, I'm drinking because nigga I'm hurting or whatever the reason is for himself is why he's drinking.
well,
I
I'm
think.
actually glad you asking that question, because I see you trying to say something, so I'm finna shut up. But I'm glad you asked that question, because honestly, I do think it's deeper than that, because people try to quit things all the time and they're not able to, and people do ask themselves that all the time. Why am I doing this to myself when I already know this is killing me and it's hurting me and it's hurting my family? And then they wake up in the morning and then they do the same thing all over again, because they are not able to control their own self. You see what I'm saying? So that's how you have to reach out to a higher power than even your own self.
I, 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 I,
Real quick.
Yeah, you can't slide past that.
Quick. So something that you do you believe that God can? Do you believe we got free will?
Right,
Yeah, I believe we
right.
got free will. Yeah.
Yeah. So does free will come with intervention?
Does free will come with intervention?
Like
I don't know. What do you mean?
God intervene and take over what you don't want to do and make you do some shit, right?
No. God
So
he can't take over and make you do something. No.
so by
But he can
praying,
cause things to happen.
so even though you're praying to God, you're still doing it on your own, right?
Right.
well,
Okay.
look, when we talk about God, we talk about your mind and change, but you don't even. That's God. You feel me? God. It's kind of like when people
And that's
you don't even know
hey,
left no more. You feel me?
hey, you
But look,
you sharp.
a curse is like a awareness. How many people brings on negativity. It's hard to bring on something if you're not. Feel me? It's hard.
Right.
If you and new slate is a new slate for sure. You feel me? So when you talk about a curse to conquer, to be able to let go of something that's not good for you. How many people is willing to do that knowingly? That
Right.
How many people are able to turn their cheek on their brother, knowing that they brother? You know what I mean? How many people are willing to take them scissors at both? You
Right.
feel me? But
Talk about
Five. When you started off, you said
talk
something.
about-
You hit it on the mark. When you started off, you said that. See, when you praying to God, you're not praying. You praying to have the mind of Christ, and you hit that on the nose. I'm glad you brought that up. And so when you praying, yeah, you do it on your own. It's because God is changing your mind. You hit that on the nose, bro. You're a little sharper than me.
man,
okay, so when you say that, right? So that means that lifts off the curse of the flesh, right? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, the curse is again. When you lift the curse, you're making a decision. Like you said, it's you that's doing it. You're making a decision to change your life. So, yeah.
Let me reiterate my question. So, if you're saying that you're you naturally got this curse, right? Because we ain't even addressed where this curse came from, right? So
you naturally got it. So, like, you got
wait.
Okay.
So, if we're saying that, because now we have to address where the curse came from, but let's deal with how this curse is being lifted. You just now said that as long as you pray to God, then God is going to lift this curse, right?
I did not say that. No, I never said that.
Don't do it. Don't do it, cause
Big Five. You heard me say that as long as you pray to God, that He's
you said something that you cannot do on your own.
you would turn to
You pray to
God.
God, and then God will help you alleviate yourself from that, right?
That's more like what I said. Yeah, I didn't say exactly those words, but that's more like what I said. Yeah.
Definitely. So so with that being stated, so I can ask God to remove the sin from my flesh, and it'll work.
So you can ask God to have the mind of Christ, like that's what we was talking about. So when you pray, there's a way that you pray according to the Bible, right? There's a way that you pray, and when you pray, you're trying to be more on to be more like Christ, to have the mind of Christ. You see what I'm saying? And
So
to have a renewed spirit and a renewed mind.
So
How do you do that curse?
Even though you got the mind of Christ, your body's still going to be full of sin, right?
Because you're cursed.
sure.
Right.
I mean, not necessarily, because you become new in Christ. So at that point, you're forgiven for all your sins. So not necessarily. That doesn't mean that you won't sin never.
So that means you won't sin ever.
This,
I said that doesn't mean that you won't sin
it's
ever.
kind of
Yeah, you would have to say no, because the body is cursed. The sin is flesh, right?
Okay, I'll let you run with your narrative.
So what I'm saying is that if you, because I understand what you're saying, because that's my whole ideology behind the post. I already talked to Five about that earlier, about saying your mind is, as long as your mind is free, then you're free. You're not even worried about a curse. I already understand that. That was the whole point of my post, right? But if we're going to talk about, and this is why I'm trying to get y'all's understanding on where this curse came from, how can you lift it, and everything outside of that. So let's talk about it. So where did this curse come from?
Now, who are we talking about? Are we talking about? It depends on the situation. Are we using like my scenario or what?
You just now said, and as an example of lifting the curse, then you would have to go to God to do it, correct?
No, I didn't say that. So
you were just talking about something that you can't control, right?
Yeah, I said that there's certain things that that sometimes you don't have enough power even within yourself to be able to necessarily just stop. And I gave you an example of that, when people want to quit things and they keep doing it. Yeah.
So a curse wouldn't be a part of what you just now said.
I already explained the curse. I feel like we're going in circles, and I'm kind of lost a little bit. Like where you trying to get to? I already said a curse is an infliction.
All right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So you said that because Selfmade asked you about the pops not being able to kick his habit, right?
Right. And so you're asking me who brung the curse on the pops. That's what Self asked.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So
I think
about a curse. Not anything that you're going to say has to be associated with this curse, because that's the topic, right?
Curse.
Okay.
Curses come from.
So let me go back. So where does this curse come from? That's all I'm asking.
Okay, so I would say, that the curse on the father would have came from himself, or it would have came from the people that he was hanging around with. Because how did the father start drinking? You see what I'm
And
saying?
then where'd they get it from?
Right.
And it go
Exactly.
all
So
the way back to what?
Keep going to the root of where this curse is.
where do it go? Where do it go back to? Let's keep going back. Let's go back to the root.
A curse. To go with it, a curse is like something that a curse is when humans started trying to find other ways to handle their pain, poison. You feel me? Without other than themselves thinking. You feel me? You know what I mean? This is just a small example though. Now we use this or that to, you know what I mean? We use alcohol to, you know what I mean? Because a curse is only human creation at the end of the day, because
Curses come
we
from
all
humans?
human create. It's kind of like how we water ourselves down. You know what I mean? If we want to start at the first gate, you know what I mean? We can't, but I think we all could agree and say that our ancestors, from way further ahead of us was stronger than we are now. That's why we find it. You feel me?
Wait,
Because
are both of y'all on the same page with that as far as
I feel
curses?
part of what he said. As far as the ancestors, and y'all
so what
said,
I'm saying is, you know what I mean? If I decide to, okay, this alcohol, I got this, but I'm gonna run from it with this alcohol. Now, you know what I mean? I'm drunk. I go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, the pound's still there. Tomorrow, the pound's still there. You know what I mean? Not knowing that, even though I'm running from the poem, I'm also, you know what I mean? So when we pass down, in it's facts, because somebody, you like, how the fuck did that happen? How did that happen? You know what I mean? So a curse is what you pollute your blood and your thoughts with. You know what I mean? Because this warrior, you know what I mean, just know that his kids 9 times out of 10 gonna come out as a warrior. And if a warrior, then guess what we're gonna say? Oh yeah, they get that crybaby stuff on their mama.
Got you. So you said it's what you pollute your mind with, right?
It's what you pollute yourself with, for sure. Because but it also becomes generational, because, you know what I mean, I could grow to be stronger than my father. Even that, you know what I mean, I don't have to carry on his weaknesses and say just because I had it too. No, I could pass that up. You feel me? I don't gotta carry that with me. So a curse is beating humans up, just like yourself up.
So I think that a large part of what you were saying still is closely associated, or probably even stems from the emotions that we just naturally have as humans. I don't care,
Right.
What angle that it looks like. I don't care about what the and when I say I don't care, I'm just saying, like, the examples that we're going to give is going to be a million of them, right? But ultimately, it has to stem from a place of emotion and even or thought, right? But there's never going to be a time to where we don't have that. And this is what Kareem was saying earlier. Why do we do things? And Kareem used to ask this question all the time. Well, why do we do things or see ourselves in places that we don't want to be, or do things that we don't want to do, right? And this is because we have a dualistic nature. We have a whole bunch of different emotions that are dealing with us, and we're always questioning ourselves because we're constantly evolving, right? This is simple math. It's nothing new, like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, to say that, okay, yes, it's a curse because you continue to do things that probably don't serve you, right? But this is where the infliction, or what Kareem was saying, or confliction with yourself. Why do I keep doing what I don't want to do? And as soon as you come up with the answer, what you choose to do with that, you be like, man, I don't even like to drink. Motherfuckers be like, nigga, I was hella hungover last night. We turn it up tonight, like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, it's still serving you in some type of way, shape, or form. It's no longer serves you. I wouldn't say it's a curse.
Yeah, so that where I got that from, that come from Romans 7:15 through 20, right? It say, I do not understand what I do, for what I want to do, I do not do. But what I hate, I do. And if I do what I do not want to do, I agree the law is good. As it is in it says, as it is no longer I myself who do it, but the sin that is living in me. For I know that good itself does not dwell in me, that is in my sinful nature. For I have the desire to do what is good, but I cannot carry it out. For I do not do the good I want to do, but the evil I do not want to do. This is this is I this is I keep on doing. Now, if I do what I do not want to do, it is no longer I who do it, but the sin who is living in me that does it.
Now,
The human nature.
do you understand when I say that that from that perspective, we would have to say that that's a natural part of who we are.
So yeah, I'm not now. I got something completely different from that.
You
You know what
know,
I'm saying?
You
and
hold
What
on,
I
wait
get
a
from
minute.
outside
that
of
is
us,
that you are not in
It's
control of
you're saying
yourself.
it's not me.
That's what I get from it. It's that
Look,
is
look,
things that's within you that you cannot control, that you are not able to control, and sometimes you have to reach to a higher power to get control of it.
right there. So, Kareem, so when you say it's things that's in you that you cannot control, where did these things come from?
I don't know, but
What?
but you asked me a question, and I'm answering your
No,
question
I'm
because
sorry. I'm sorry for laughing, but I'm just saying, think about that. If
well,
there's
no, I was gonna expound on it, but
okay, go ahead. My bad. My bad.
you said where do they come from, and the reason why I said I don't know is because some of these things we don't even know, right? So like even as the verse was saying, why would somebody, you know what I'm saying, why do people do a lot of the things that they do? They don't even know, you know what I'm saying? So where does it come from? you
Would,
you
would
you asked me.
can you point to the creator? Because we would have to, right?
You said what?
Wouldn't you have to say if there's something in me that I cannot control and I didn't create myself? Wouldn't you have to point to the creator to say that maybe it came from the creator?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Who was the creator though?
Hey, I'm gonna let you deal with that one.
Okay, well, we already went over that, right? So we know that we made in the image of God. Me and you are we already know the answer to this question. Self know the answer to this question. We made in the image of the God. He made us creators. So once he made us creators, he gave us the ability to create. So that evil that's in you, or that foul that whatever's foul
Create
that's in you,
outside of
you
God's
created that because you are the
we can
creator.
we can create outside of God's will.
You are the creator. God's will was to make you God's will was to make you free. You feel me?
Right.
To do what
So if
Right?
I
right. So God's will was
Real
to
quick,
make you
real
free.
quick. So
And from that point,
wait, if we're creator, like you just now said, so you saying I don't know why I do the things that I continue. You created those situations.
right.
okay.
It
So it's
don't
not
matter
yours.
which way you
That's
flip
not
it.
yours. If you know that you are creating these situations, you know why you do what you don't want to do because you're creating it.
Exactly.
Okay, that's your perception or that's your opinion. I don't think there's no fact in that
How
though.
do you not know? How do you not know
Let me
what
let's
you're
take a look at it.
creating?
Let's take a look at it. Um when somebody picks up a bottle for the first time.
No, you can't. Well,
Oh well, you
go
okay?
ahead. Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let him finish. Go ahead.
You said, how do you know what you're not creating? Well, when somebody picks up a bottle for the first time, right? Do they know when they pick up that bottle that 5 years from now they're gonna be a drunk and lose their whole family, their job, and all their wealth? Do they know that?
Hey,
No.
who's so when who created a bottle? Who created alcohol? Like what's the point of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who created the bottle, bro.
I think the point of alcohol is to get fucked up. That's just me. Somebody
Do
else could
you
say,
think?
by the way, somebody else could say, I just want to get tipsy. So depending on your situation and your circumstance, depicts on if you're going to drink for the next 4 or 5 years. It's all up to you,
No,
regardless.
not necessarily. It's not all up to you because guess what? There's what you call, that's like saying, so if you smoke crack and you don't know the addictive consequences, because that's what happened to black people. We didn't know it was addictive, right? So black people started smoking crack thinking it was a recreational drug, and next thing they know, their body caught it became something that their body craved. And what happens when you take drugs, you open up new receptors in your body. So even when you stop doing those drugs, those receptors are still calling for that drug. That's what's called a craving. So you can't control that.
Whose fault is that?
So, right.
It would be your fault at the end of the day, because you were uneducated. But we could put blame anywhere. You know what I'm saying? But my point is in this is not about who fault it was to pick up something in the first place, because you have control over your own self. My point is that once things are in your life, right?
Once you're exposed to something, go ahead.
Once you're exposed to something, so once that curse comes upon you, you see what I'm saying? And y'all actually started off on the right track, because you said who gave it to him and who gave it to him and who gave it to them. And if we want to really go back, at the end of the day, it was Adam and Eve, and from there, we all got a curse. A curse is on all of us in some type of way. So we all have, because we have all been exposed to something.
So right there, right off the rip. If since you want to go back, you brought it up, Adam and Eve, right? We know
Prince Krishna.
We know that God put the tree of knowledge in that garden, right?
Yeah.
So by default,
right,
and he gave everybody free will.
Yeah.
The freedom to choose freely. That means it's in his will for the allowance of somebody to choose to pick off of this tree.
Right.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay. So once they pick off of this tree, because they were allowed to pick off of this tree, you're saying it's not you're saying it's their fault for picking off of the tree. That's what you're saying, and that's how the curse got brought upon everybody else on the planet.
Right, exactly.
So you don't think that? You? So wait.
So okay, so let me give you a scenario. So if I say, Self, I want you to come to my house. You can have anything in my refrigerator except for my soda. Don't drink none of my soda. But I'm the one that let you in my house.
Right.
So what you're trying to tell me is, because I let you in my house, you my cousin. You feel me? You out here visiting from Houston, ain't got nowhere to stay. You like, cousin, can I come stay? Yeah, no problem. Come stay here. No rent, no nothing. Just don't drink my Pepsi.
Right.
I got a thing about my Pepsi. Don't touch my Pepsi. And then you go in there and you touch my Pepsi, and then you blame me for letting you in the door.
Time out. Now stop right there. Hold on.
They're gonna curse.
I got something.
Time out right here. I'm gonna just deal with that situation that you just brought up. Right. One simple question. Who is the creator of that whole situation?
It's probably the one that was bumming, trying to come to my house and sleep on the couch.
He didn't create that situation. The situation was already there because it's your house. That's your situation.
Okay.
That's your refrigerator. It's your Pepsi.
And so you saying because I allowed him to the house, it was my fault that he stole my Pepsi?
You could use your son as an example. You could say, "Hey, son, don't touch that shit in the refrigerator."
But
then as soon as you go to work, he gonna go right in that refrigerator and drink your soda because it's there. It's an option for me to choose.
So we arguing perspective.
No, I'm saying I'm saying is it is an option to choose. You gave them that option to choose.
Absolutely.
They have free will. God gave them free will and the option to choose.
Just like the law.
So at the end of the day, whoever gave them the option to choose it's their fault.
Okay, so like let's leave God out of it, right? And let's use like just regular like law, right? So there's a law, and that law gives you an option to choose, right?
Right.
You can either break the law or you can follow the law. So if you break the law, then you're gonna blame the government.
What do you mean?
Because they gave you the option to choose, right? They could have just put you in prison in the first place, right?
Well, first off, wait, time out. We're talking about man-made laws. That's just like saying.
But it's the same thing. God made a law. God made a law, and He gave them the option to choose.
Let me paint it like this real quick, because we're talking about
all of a sudden that didn't work out on it because it made too much sense. Right?
I'm gonna stick to this EX shit, right? With it, if God didn't want these motherfuckers to touch this goddamn tree, he wouldn't expose them to it. Period. Right? That's just like, so let's go to a house situation.
That's perception.
Hold on, wait. Perception? Hold on, wait.
I'm gonna give it to you. I like the example I just gave.
That's just like saying taunting. That's taunting.
Let me back it up with the same situation that you gave. If I invite Kareem to my house and I know I got 50 stacks somewhere in this motherfucker, I'm not gonna say, Kareem, don't touch my.
No, we said them sodas. Let's talk about the sodas.
Wait. Kareem, you would never know that I got 50 stacks in my house. I would not put that on your brain and then also say, well, you got the option to either steal my shit or you don't. You won't even be exposed to knowing that I have 50 racks. Period.
Okay, so Woon, so you would never let nobody in your house as long as 50 racks is in your house, or you just wouldn't tell them you got 50 racks in your house?
Kareem, listen to what I'm saying. If I don't want you to touch my 50 racks, you would never be exposed to knowing that I have 50 racks. You will not be exposed to it. Why? Because I don't want you to touch it. But if I say, Kareem, I got 50 racks in my house, please don't touch my shit. If you do, go ahead, but I'm going to fuck you up when I catch you. Like, you know, I'm not going to expose you to that.
But look, if 50 racks in the house, you feel me? And then I'm just going around, because you never put no restrictions, but this is here because it's your house. And you said I could come through and you free going around 50 like this because shit. I stumble across the 50 racks. You to do with it instead of what I'm told not to do with it. So either way, you feel me? We still kind of doomed. So I'll touch that fire because the stove is hot.
Right, because I might walk in your house.
That's it right there. That's
he
it.
literally just said it.
Based on the scenario that you gave, though, you saying because he said don't touch this or don't touch the 50 racks, but I could walk in your house and be like, look, what's that? What you got on, a Kango? I might see that shirt hanging up in your closet and be like, oh yeah, that Kango costs something. I know he got some bands in here somewhere, right?
As soon as I say you're coming to my house, the shit that I don't want you to see, you're not gonna have access to it. Period. I cleared out my whole closet to the shit that I don't want you to have or see or know that I got. This is the whole ideology of what I'm saying. I'm exposing you to something as soon as I bring you to my house. Whatever's in here and I'm not here, or if I'm here or whatever, you still are going to be exposed to it because you got the freedom of walking around Woon's house. So I know that, imagine an Airbnb. You think that these niggas leave whatever that they got in that house and think motherfuckers ain't gonna do shit or do shit. A certain setting that they
do. They do. I can give you an example.
Question, right?
I can give you an example. They when you get an Airbnb, they tell you. Actually, the last one I got, I'm not gonna speak on every Airbnb, but the last one I got, he wanted only I think it was like 6 people or something like that on the property, right? But and they put cameras up and everything. But all the time, people throw parties in these Airbnbs. So it's the same thing. We're talking about perspective. You know what I'm saying?
It's not perspective because again, you would never know that. Okay, let's do it like this. My son, if I don't want my son to play with guns, right? He would never know that I have a gun in the house. Period. I would never expose him to that. Now he can have freedom to walk around the house. And if I know he's old enough, I might everywhere I go when I'm not at the house, my banger is coming with me, right? Because I don't want this nigga to accidentally shoot himself or do some crazy shit with my gun. That's the responsible thing. So
yeah, okay, but let's kind of get back on track because we're talking about like
they were purposely exposed to this tree. Period. Purposely.
And we said where the curse come from, right? You know what I mean? I feel like a curse kind of. But like if we like taking it back, you feel me? And I don't mean to be making it. But if a Garden of Eden did exist, you know what I mean? It's like, and we weren't supposed to touch it. Feel me? Like, then what was the purpose of that even being there?
Exactly.
All right. So the way what I believe is that you know what I mean? Like we're given free will, right? And then upon that free will, we're given the power to create, make choices, and do all these other things, right? Within that free will. So even though God put us here, he gave us this life. You know what I'm saying? That in the Garden of Eden, it was supposed to be everything was all gravy, right? Supposedly. So that's how he set it up. But then he's saying, okay, well, you have an option, you have a choice. You know what I'm saying? there's a choice. Either you can obey me, and this is how life is gonna be, or you can have a choice, and there's another side to that choice.
So
Let's deal with what is
from this.
after they ate off that tree.
A curse comes from this.
Real quick, just 1 second. What happened? What did they proclaim after they ate from the tree? It said, now that they have they became like what?
You said what?
It says that they became.
They had knowledge. They gained knowledge.
No, it says something. It said now they became like what?
I don't know. You tell me.
Script.
Huh?
They became like us, right? Who's the us that they're referring to in that scripture?
I don't know. I have to go back to that scripture, but if based on the top of my head, I would think us would be the Godhead. Off the top of my head, without examining the scripture, though.
So eating from this is an alleged curse, but now they became like us. What are we talking about right now?
Look, now watch this. Now look. Talk about the curse, right? So if it was an option, you know what I mean? Oh, you have an option to eat from the tree. I feel like the world would be totally different with that statement. Every newborn human being got the option, like, no, I don't want to eat from that tree. It's like we one incident. So is that where the curse comes from there? Because every human now that we all, I guess we can say gods, like some people try to say, but some people live to God, because now we got that understanding from that tree of God. So as we gonna like step into that, we're gonna leave the thing vacant. You feel me?
So you saying it come from the tree?
Big Five, your thing is be kind of breaking up a little bit. It'd be kind of hard to hear you.
Okay. If that tree, you feel me, is it'd be different if every new, I'm gonna go that round and taste that tree, and then another one born. I ain't gonna taste that tree. You feel me? It seems like from that one incident, everybody got cursed. You feel me?
Right.
And made to be like, guys, since we have that knowledge now, since we bit from that tree, then what is we doing? So we're gonna step into our shoes. So our curse is actually the opposite of So what we gonna do with it? What's going on?
Exactly.
And that's and this
the curse would be the free will.
That part too, and that goes back to the infliction that Self was talking about.
That's
is it
scary.
Good or is it bad?
Exactly.
Oh, the curse is a free will.
But again, let's deal with it. If we say that,
which was given to us by who?
Right. If we go back to saying that now they became like us, and this us is referring to God, I don't see in no form that it's bad. Period.
It can't be bad. God is good all the time.
And all the time, God is good.
Is good.
God is good.
Amen.
Amen. Whoa.
So
right there.
Let's deal with the generational curses, because I think we had enough, and I think all of us understand the curse part. That's God shit. Okay, we can set that to the side, because I think this generational curse, I think that's going to be on more of a humanistic scale. So I'm gonna let you start off with this one, Five. What would you associate with, or what would you define as a generational curse, if we have not already discussed this?
A generational curse would be, to me, maybe we did discuss it. A generational curse would be, just to me specifically, beliefs that's passed down. You know what I mean? If nothing else, you know what I mean? Humans have a way of some parents, you know what I mean, mentally. Some parents tell their kids what they gonna be. And I feel like a generational curse is trying to tell somebody what they gonna be. When that's not, when your child got both parents in them. You know what I mean? And neither parents was down on somebody telling them what they need to be instead of letting them be who they become. That's like a curse. You know what I mean? Because I won't I won't be confused in my own waters. So I don't hold my hand through the whole thing. You know what I mean? You gotta hold somebody's hand. Some people want to take their route. You know what I mean? But they don't want you to. They don't want to hold your hand through the whole thing. You be free from this curse. From this. You know what I mean? Clamps off me. You know what I mean? Let's not believe that we can't be perfect. Curse is just a belief nowadays. Now these seconds, you know what I mean? After this podcast, it's just your belief nowadays to me, you know what I mean? For sure.
And this is why I want to deal with the generational curse, right? And I understand what you're saying as far as the passing down, because you can have parents that can leave you inflicted or conflicted from what you want to be from what they want you to be, right? And that's highly understood, because I would think that at some times most parents, I can't say all because I know that there is some crazy parents out there, but most parents would want you to do what they do because that's the way that they feel like work for them. So they're trying to say, hey, if anything, do this because it worked for me, so it might work for you. So I think that a lot of parents would try to instill that in their children, but it can be just like Kareem was saying, it can cause some type of infliction because it's just like that's not what I want to do. So now you're conflicted from what they're trying to press on you from what you want to do, and we see this play out in movies all the time. Like my dad wants me to work in a bill factory, and nigga, I want to be a singer. Like, you know what I mean? But it's like at some point in time, you have to make that conscious decision. And sometimes people put themselves in the position of trying to please their parents or make their parents proud instead of doing what they feel is near and dear to them. So in that space, I would say that that even though it may seem like the it's being passed down from somebody else to you, it's still depending on how you think about it. But I want to go into karmic because she posted this earlier. I'm sorry, she said this earlier, and I posted it earlier, and I just want to read it. But she said, "But if we're cursed, will we all do the same things in the cursed terms? I'm sorry, we would all do the same things that's in the cursed terms, right? How could the curse skip some people?" So it's just like, okay, so if everybody grew up in the same household, so it's just
identifying.
Like, okay, yeah, this person.
Oh, there I go. There I go.
Oh no, you're good, Kareem. So this person is like, damn, moms used to whoop and pops used to do this, and they might be inflicting in a certain way, and then like they might turn to alcohol or drugs or whatever. But this motherfucker right here, like, hey, moms and they was doing that shit. I'm not gonna fuck with none of that. I'm about to do my up game, like, you know what I mean? So now it's not a curse because it's only dependent on what you choose to do with the energy that you're receiving, right? So at
because
to answer her question, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, of course, I don't think that any curse is going to be like everybody's going to be an alcoholic or, it's a specific thing that's going to happen to every single person. But like, I believe that everybody in that family is cursed. You see what I'm saying? As far as everybody is dealing with the repercussions of a drunken parent, which to each child is going to be different. For one child, it could be different for every single person in that family. It's not going to be the same. So I don't think there's like any cursed terms. I don't know where a cursed term comes from.
Right, but it's things that we as humans, because I'm one of them. I'm somebody's brother's child or as an adult right now. Look at the things that we identify as a curse. You know what I mean? Existing in my grandpa whoop, and I gotta start from here. This shit ain't right, and I'm behind off the dribble to some people. So what is these curses that we keep? You know what I mean? If we can identify, we can break it.
Well, let's see. If you got a drunken parent, right? That parent is probably not coming. That parent is probably not pulling up to, father, daughter day, father Sunday. If you got a drunken parent, that parent is probably knocked out, sleeping, can't help you with your homework often. If you got a drunken parent, that parent is probably not sober enough to attend certain events or make sure that you're on time to certain places and other things like that. So that's all comes into the curse, if you understand what I'm saying. It doesn't have to be like a specific thing that is inflicting these people.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, your examples that you're giving, you're not saying anything wrong. But I think that I think that still with that, it would still reflection, right, would still depend on the person that's in those certain situations.
I
Right,
agree.
we're not saying we're not saying because somebody's cursed that they're doomed, bro. Like that's what y'all keep bouncing back off of the actual infliction that's going on into their life, and then
But
saying
you're
how are
saying,
they using that?
but you're using the word.
You're basing the infliction and saying it's not an infliction because no, they were sad when their dad didn't show up, bro. That was an infliction. Other kids' dad showed up, but because of what's going in their generations and in their life, this is what's going on in their family. So they didn't feel good when that happened. So they turn that pain or they turn that whatever situation into a positive for them, so that they will always be there for their kids. That they show up every single time. But
All right,
we're still
let's say a parent does show up and that's an alcoholic, or let's say the parent shows up and they just loud as, you know how black people get at graduations. Hey, that's my baby, sunshine. Go ahead, boy, girl. That can also cause an infliction. So
absolutely.
but they're giving positive energy. How they
Yeah,
know how to give.
but maybe this person is drunk and belligerent. It's embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Of course. So is that still a curse?
absolutely,
Right?
because if somebody is showing up for me, and every time they show up for me, they drunk, belligerent. You know
No,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying?
no, 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 no. I'm saying they're completely sober. That's just the way that they express their love.
Then that's something completely different. We're talking about.
Wait,
We're
wait,
not
wait, wait.
talking.
But if
I'm talking about.
you know,
You,
if
you,
it's because I can be embarrassed by the way that they show their love. Am I cursed? Is that a curse?
I mean, if that's what you're talking about, then I would guess. I would guess not. If that's what you're using as a curse, but I don't see somebody
But
showing love.
you're saying
I don't see somebody showing love to me as a curse. You know what I'm saying? I don't see somebody who is supporting me as a curse
what
because it makes me feel a type of way. I'm talking about an actual infliction was actually going on in my life. And when we look at the word afflicted, I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up because now I feel like we're using goofy examples.
no,
So
no, 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 no. But what I'm saying is that you're saying a situation happens, right? And then that person could feel cursed because, like, I'm gonna give you your example. They don't show up, right? So they're like, damn, my parents didn't show up, yada 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 yada. But say they do show up, and I'm just giving you the opposite of what you're saying, just so you can kind of follow me.
yeah, but we would have to deal with what I'm talking about. You're talking about somebody showing up completely sober. That's not part of the curse. In the scenario that I'm giving, I'm talking about a drunk parent.
But
So if the
Hey.
parent is not if the parent is sober, then we're not under the curse, right?
Still talking about being inflicted by the situation that's happening. Follow me.
But where's the infliction at? Because somebody is supporting you.
That's why I'm trying to give it to you.
I
So
got the
you can
infliction.
have an infliction by being embarrassed by the way that your parents
No,
show.
that's just a feeling. That's just a feeling. That's just a feeling.
Nigga, that's okay then. I've been said that at the beginning.
I mean, literally. I mean, for real. Like, think about it, just real quick. If a parent came to a performance,
So when
hella drunk. Wait. Hold on, real quick. If a parent come to a performance hella drunk and is hella supportive, the son or the daughter or whatever, they're gonna be hella embarrassed. What would be the difference from them being drunk versus them not being drunk and just being hella loud and then being embarrassed?
Infliction, baby.
I think it'd be a lot. I think it'd be a lot difference because that's what's causing a lot of the problems in the household. You know what I'm saying? So
you
know
don't
what I mean? And I doubt that if a parent is drinking and a drunk, that they're only going to be loud at there's a lot of problems that come in with this stuff. So if we look up the word affliction, right? Because like I said, when I looked up inflicted, affliction came up as well. And then when we look up that word, it's talking about pain or suffering, a crippling, a great affliction. So if you look at the type of definitions that is given, it's talking about when something is going on to somebody. You know what I'm saying? It's not talking about somebody being embarrassed, and you can give a million examples, you know what I'm saying, of like little petty stuff and then try to say they're afflicted, but that's not what we necessarily talking about.
You said when something is going on?
I said a lot of things, yeah. That's probably
okay. So ultimately, okay, let's do this. So if my mom, when I'm 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, used to kiss me every day before she dropped me off at school, right? When I turned 12, I'm like, hey, man, you don't do that shit. But
And
still,
so based on the definition, that caused you great pain and suffering.
wait, Kareem, look. So if she
PT
does that, and I do not like that whatsoever, and she continues to do it, am I going to be inflicted by her expressing her love to me?
I don't believe so. You will be. You will be. You will feel
Will
a lot better about yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because there's
Thank you, Kareem.
there's good curses and there's negative curses. Yeah.
So there's a
Oh,
good curse.
Yeah,
oh.
absolutely.
There's
I
a
was
good
gonna go into
curse.
that next.
Oh,
Yeah, absolutely.
shit.
You want me to break it down for you? You want me to break it down for you?
Yes.
So then, what are we talking about?
Okay, because we talking about what you okay. So let's say for example.
No, wait. Before you get into it, because now, at first I thought curses were all negative. That's why I had asked you earlier, like, what is, you feel me? Like, are you considering curses negative? You said yeah, but now you saying curses can be good and bad. So now, going all the way back, let's take it all the way back to what you said about Adam and Eve picking from the tree and all of that shit. That was part of the bad curse, right? Where did the good, like, who put the good curses in there?
Okay, so when Adam and Eve was there before, what was their situation?
Hold on, wait. Ms. Devine said curse is negative by definition. Oh,
In,
snaps.
in Adam and Eve, what was their situation before they was cursed?
It was a good curse.
I'm asking you.
Now we gotta define
I'm-
what's good and a bad curse.
I mean, if
That's what
we
I'm
go
saying.
if we go by the story of the Bible, they had plenty of food to eat. Everything was gravy, right? So I'm kind of crossing on my words because I don't believe that a curse can be positive, but I believe that at the same time that there is, what I'm trying to say is that there is positive generational, I wouldn't call it a curse because I don't think that'd be the right word. So you would be correct. I
The
used the
flip
wrong
side.
word because I do think a
The
curse is
flip
negative,
Shut up.
but there is positive generational things that are passed down as well. You see what I'm saying?
Good
Um,
things.
you said what things?
I said good things. That's
Yeah,
what you were
good
saying?
things.
Oh, okay, right,
Yeah,
right.
good things. So like that's how you have some families where in that family I use that example in the chat on the Facebook where you have families where money is passed down. You know what I'm saying? So that would be a good thing. And I'm not only talking in those type of families, it's more than money that's passed down. It's education and how to handle money and money management that's passed down. You see what I'm saying? So that would be positive. You know what I mean? And a lot of families do that. So there's good and there's bad things.
Right.
And then I see
So
God is divine is posting God is divine is posting definitions, but explain to God is divine that whenever you're looking up a word, there are several definitions. And when we use the human language, we use words in more than just in one context. So you have to look up all the definitions to be clear on what you're looking up and clear
but
on
see,
what you're talking
look,
about.
When she
but see,
posted
look.
that, real quick, Self, and I'm gonna let you rock because I'm
Yep.
just the definition that she just posted. I'm gonna let you rock. I promise. So
Yep.
this is because I looked up the definitions. This is the only one that I read that used the word inflict, right? But then we have to read the whole thing.
Well, I went to the etymology of the word, and so that's where I got inflicted from.
Yeah, no, that's still absolutely fine, but it's still something that is a solemn utterance with an intention, right? To invoke.
That's false.
The definition is false.
What I was explaining to, let me explain it again for everybody on the chat. When we're using human language is used in different contexts. This is why when you look up a definition, there's more than one definition. Because when you use a word, it can be used in several different ways. So when she's using curse, she's talking about the type of curse that they talk about probably, you know, in maybe in the Bible or in another type of book. You see what I'm saying?
Hey,
But
Kareem,
the word curse.
post your definition of curse. What did you got?
You said what?
I said post your definition of curse that you got.
I'll do that. But the curse, the definition that I've had, whenever I look up a word, I don't just look up the one definition or the second definition. I look up all of them to see how they're used in context with human language. You see what I'm saying? So curse in general, and when you look up the etymology of curse, it says to be inflicted by something simple. It's that simple.
That's what she just posted.
No, she posted a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about to be inflicted by something. Simple.
That's the same thing. What's the difference?
It's the same. It's the same word.
Well, for example, if I started, okay, for example, me personally, I shared this on Facebook before. I had developed a gambling problem, right? All of a sudden, I had went out to the casino. I was bored. I was traveling at my job all the time with some strange people that I didn't want to hang out with, so I started going gambling. Next thing I know, I'm gambling for real, for real. Next thing I know, it's a problem. So, was there a solemn utterance intended to all this other stuff? No. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't none of that, but I did have an infliction. So that's where the word curse comes in at. So
how did you know you had an infliction?
Right.
How did I know I had infliction? Because something in me wanted to stop, but I wasn't stopping. So I understood that it was something that was out of my control.
Solemn utterance? Out of your control? Supernatural power? Can we do word
No free will? No free will? It's out of your control, but you have no free will over it.
Right, exactly. No free will over sin, yeah.
So God removed your free will.
No, it's just that sin was more powerful than my free will. Clearly, right? If you ever
have free will over sin,
you didn't want to smoke a cigarette. Sure. If you ever took a drink of anything that you didn't want to take a drink of, why did you do it? Your free will would have made you not do it because you didn't want to do it, right? But you still did it anyway.
Your free will made you do it, nigga.
Not necessarily. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's something else.
That was a part.
It don't matter which way you want to go.
You allow your temptations. You allowing your temptations to be stronger than you feel me?
Yeah,
that's what
I like, and that's what I was finna say. I like what Five said earlier.
But Five, why would you do that? But like, if you know something, like for example, like if you know something is killing you, you know it's killing. You know when you put that cigarette to your mouth.
I got you. I already got you. That's what I was finna get into. Based off of what Five was saying, as far as the identity, it's like I like to use the word shadow work. It's like your dad, the one that's been drinking, right? There's a whole bunch of shit this nigga ain't dealing with. That's probably why he's drinking. He's not dealing with a whole bunch of shit, right? And then the kids see that's a part of the identity that has to be identified from the children to say, do I want to drink and be like this nigga, or do I not want to drink and go a different path? You get what I'm saying? So that's them saying, okay, nah, this is not the right path because I can see from example that this is not the way to go. You have to take it all the way back to how the fuck did we know this specific berry bush is poisonous? Somebody had to eat it and have a bad reaction, or else nobody else would know. You get what I'm saying? So that's where that thing has to get identified, and then you start to. It's patterns. I get that. Nature is all built upon patterns. You get what I'm saying? So it's about identifying the pattern and then saying, I see where this is leading.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Allow me to ask you a question. So if someone, let's use cigarettes as an example, right? If someone is smoking cigarettes, the cigarette is killing them. They got lung cancer. Doctor telling them don't smoke cigarettes no more. They don't even like. I know people don't even like the taste of cigarettes that smoke cigarettes, right? Or you can use drug or alcohol or whatever to replace that, right? And they telling themselves they don't want to do this no more. But then all of a sudden they pick up a cigarette and they smoke that cigarette. Could you say that it's something more powerful than their own will that's causing them to smoke that cigarette?
Nope.
Not at all.
Hell no.
Well, why not? If you yourself, you're in control of yourself, right? You're in control of yourself. We all in control of ourselves, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we said.
I got
so
you.
if something is causing you to pick up a cigarette and everything in you is telling you not to pick it up, then it's something that's more powerful.
I got your answer.
Than your own self that's making you do it. It's sin.
So remember,
it's your other self. How about that?
It's the dopamine in your brain.
Remember earlier you were saying how your body opens up, basically nourishing those things that you put in your
Yeah, but you're given a one series.
So that's
I
separate
don't have
from
to use drugs or cigarettes or alcohol.
Look,
That only applies to substances.
Your body is asking for it, but your mind is saying no. For it,
but five, that only
your body.
applies to substances. You're using that one situation, but that only applies to substances. I could talk about a lot of different stuff. See, it's some people who they situation ain't about alcohol or drugs. Some people, they like I said, mine is gambling. You know what I'm saying? Mine was gambling for a while. Some other people's is you know what I'm saying? Some other people is all kind of crazy sins out there, man.
Hey, real quick.
Hey, I like what Big Five just now said, because again, you know, what you're saying that you don't have control over, your mind is saying yes. Nigga,
it's endorphins. It's endorphins that we releasing that now exist in our body. Endorphins, and we like, damn, where does this feeling come from? You feel me?
No, your mind is saying no. Your mind is telling you not to.
We're not even knowing ourselves.
Look, I mean, I could use myself as an example. Like, you know what I'm saying? Smoking hella, and I'm like, man, I'm done. I'm tired of smoking. I see what this shit do to me. Whoopty whoop whoop whoop. Right? My mind is like, nigga, it's like, stop that shit. Like, stop smoking. You need to cut that shit out. But nigga, every day it's like, okay, hold on. Let me go ahead and let me go ahead and roll up real quick because I like the feeling. But you have to overpower your mind or your shadow side. Like, it don't matter which side is more
so that
powerful.
mean that
something is gonna overpower it, but at the end of the day, it's you who's choosing which side to give the power to. Just like we have two sides of the mind, you feel me? So it's like, what are you identifying to then give my power to? So
it's not you choosing.
Who is it then in my mind choosing to say I'm not finna smoke no more?
Well, if you're telling yourself every single day that you don't want to smoke, and you still pick up that cigarette, that means that it's something within you that's stronger than your own will.
Within you, though, right?
That's the only thing that can mean.
Something within me,
right? And that's the sin. That's the sin.
but it's still within you.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. Let me introduce Christian.
We know it's in you because you created it. That's the only way it could have got in you, because you created it, right?
But who created me?
It's already in you.
Hey, we got Christian in the building. Peace of the God, man. How you doing tonight?
Yo, I'm good, man. I'm just kicking back, chilling, man. You already know I had to pull up real quick. You know what I'm saying? The main thing that I really wanted to, talk about is this whole free will situation. Because I feel like that's the source of all confusion when it comes to, situations and topics like this. To me, you know what I'm saying, the biggest misunderstanding that we have when dealing with understanding self is when we believe that we have free will, yo. Like, that shit is an illusion.
So we don't have free will?
We do not have free will.
Okay, so explain to me. So if you think to raise your arm right now, you saying that you would not be able to something. You would have to either go to a different source to raise your arm, or something will restrict you from raising your arm. So
having will and having free will are two different things.
Oh, there you
go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
I'm not saying I don't have will.
Let's break it down then. What's the difference between will and free will before we go into any of that?
So will is just your ability to do things, but
that's just will.
That's just will. But free will, you're almost indicating that you have a choice in let me be
no
clear
bounds.
with it. Yeah, right, with no boundaries, right? Like free, you have the freedom to do whatever you want at any point without any consequence.
Well, would you agree? Let me ask you a question. Let me stop you real quick. Would you agree that everything in existence has boundaries?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would free will have to be without boundaries if everything else in existence has boundaries?
What's free?
Exactly. What is the definition of freedom?
The definition of freedom means that you have the choices, that you are able to make choices to govern yourself.
No. Because like you said, like you said, words can be used in different ways. Freedom could also mean no boundaries.
Now,
So
okay, well,
is
let's look it up.
Pull it up.
is hmm. I want to say the definition.
Not
Not imprisoned or confined, not controlled or obligation of will of another, not controlled by another county, political power, or independent.
Facts.
Let's
So
do
we
it.
don't have free will.
And explain why.
All right. For example, right?
You talk
You
about
always
because we exist, if that's what you're saying, like it.
No.
We
I
exist
got you.
Right.
Because you always speak about, like, religious people in general always speak about, you know, how we have the choice to choose between if we want to sin or be righteous, right? We get to choose between good and evil, correct?
Right.
But
Yeah,
if
you
I
have a choice.
choose
Yeah.
evil, I get punished for that. So was my choice or my freedom to choose that really a choice? Because who's going to choose to be punished?
Can I say this?
Okay, run that back for me real quick so I can follow you.
All right, boom, right?
Free will.
So God given us, he give us free will, right? And I'm gonna
Right.
use the extreme Christian perspective. So if I have free will, but if I choose to not believe in God, or if I choose to not accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, then I'm going to go to hell for all eternity. That's not free will. You basically saying, yeah, you could do what you want, but I'm gonna kill you if you do. That's not free will, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Why is that not free will? Because you were given
I want to say what I got.
Because I was
'Cause
given an ultimatum. If it was actually all right, if it was really my choice and my free will, then no matter if I choose evil, that would be
It's
okay.
not, exactly. It's not in,
But
it's
you
not in
no,
prison.
that's not true. That's
Free
not
is
true.
not in
look,
prison.
That's your
There's no
perspective, isn't it? I'm at Krishna real quick.
Yes. Yes.
Wouldn't that be your perspective? Because the free
No.
will part. Well, let me break it down.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the free will part is the part to make the choice, right? It doesn't matter what the consequence is. You have the consequence. Look, if I'm the creator, right? Let's say I'm the creator, right? And I say, okay, I'm finna make Krishna, Big Five, Self, and Woon, right? And this is what I need y'all to do as your creator. This is the law, right?
Need y'all to do in the law.
Hold on, real quick. This all I'm saying. I need y'all to stand in the corner, don't move. That's my will for you, is to stand in the corner, don't move. That's the instruction that I gave you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have free will. You can either and I also give you free will.
That's not even
follow me.
Why
Follow
you
me.
it's
trying to
already over. Like I already don't got free will.
You gotta allow me to speak, right?
Okay,
So follow
go
me.
ahead.
It's a setup. It's a setup.
Right.
It's
so
already a
follow me.
setup.
So Krishna. So I'll tell you, stand in the corner. This is my will for you not to move. But I give you legs and I give you arms and I give you the thinking ability to move. So now it's up to you to use your free will to say either I'm going to stand in this corner and obey, or I'm going to get out the corner and move. Now, because I've set up, okay, now if you stand in the corner for 10 years, there's a place for you to go. That place is what we could consider heaven or whatever. And if you move, there's another place for you to go. That place is considered hell. You still have the free will to choose where you're going.
But look. Now I hear you. I hear you completely, right? But you got all right. So I got these two choices, right? And I got to choose between one of these two choices, right? Do I have the choice to not choose neither? Like, is there another option? Like, do I have to choose? Can I just do something else entirely other than the two choices you gave me?
Well, there's one choice to obey, and then there's every other choice.
What?
Say again?
There's one choice to obey, and then there's everything else that exists.
So
why do you have to
free will?
Why do I gotta choose either or? If there's a boundary that you placed me in, and you saying I gotta choose between these two things,
where's the boundary though? Where's the boundary?
The two options that you gave me. There's nothing else for me to choose outside of the two things that you gave me to choose.
That's all there is in life, though, right?
Okay,
there's a boundary.
So we already went over everything that exists has a boundary. Everything
all right. Let's go another route. We can come back to this, but let's go another route. So All right, so would you consider God the supreme controller? Like, does God control everything?
Does God control everything? I don't
Yeah.
think that God controls us, so I would say no.
Okay. So God doesn't control everything. You know what? We're gonna put a pin in that. We're gonna come back to that. I'm about to go one other way. Okay. So
I mean,
all
if
right,
I go by the word of God, if I go by the Bible, then no, God doesn't control everything. I can literally point you in several places where it's gonna tell you that he knows everything that's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying?
that don't make sense. That don't make sense. All right,
Yeah,
all right, all right, cool. He knows
that makes
everything that's
perfect
gonna
sense.
happen, right? All right, I'm gonna try to open your mind with this. So God knows everything that's gonna happen before it happens, right?
Correct.
Has he always known everything that's
Always,
gonna happen?
always, right. I already
So
know where you're going.
before he decided to create the first Adam, he
Right. He
already knew
knew
the
Adam was
outcome of
gonna bite
everything.
the apple. Right.
Okay. So when God created me or this whole world, he knew the entire destiny and every action that every human was gonna make before they made it.
Didn't
Yeah.
he make
So
the world before he made humans?
No.
I
That's a
can.
yes or no question.
Well,
That is a yes.
I already see where you're going. The answer is absolutely yes. But because
Boom.
he,
So if he
where you're getting
knew,
at is what
okay,
they've been
if I
getting
all
at
right,
for a long
say,
time. Is because I have knowledge
Oh
of
my
does
God,
not
man.
make me guilty.
That's that, bro.
So just
bro,
because
that is
God had knowledge
crazy.
of does not make him guilty. You still have
No,
free will. You
no. Because
still get to
your
make your
mind, your
decisions. And
ego is trying to run from the freedom that I'm trying to give you right now.
there's no
No,
ego and there's no freedom that you're about to give me because
no,
you're not taking
I'm
me nowhere
really
else.
trying to
You're
free
not
your
giving me no new
soul
information.
from
Hey,
all
hey,
strain.
hey, real quick, let the young guy speak. We won't put a pin in that, Christian.
All right, we're gonna come back to this. Let me go grab my charger.
Go ahead, Bob.
Nah, just listening. It was a lot of stuff to man, that was some good heat right there though. You know, show like it depends on what they talk about. Like, you feel me? One thing, you feel me? God, we can't mix that. One of the questions was kind of hard to depict because like before he made humans, feel me? So that's one fact. And two, you know what I mean? This is what I believe because I feel like I covered this myself before. You feel me? God already knew what he was gonna do. He just gave us options. You got A option, B option, and C option. So, hey, this is gonna happen. He already got an A, B, and C for that. God knows if you take
Right.
B, this is gonna happen. He already got A, B. Feel me? He just lining us up to be able to choose to be able to make our own destiny when everybody is to reunite again. You feel me? The show.
Like I
So
say,
everything like that is just on the show.
like I always give this example. It's just like if you got a kid, you had a kid already. I mean, we know what kids do. You know what I'm saying? So when you let your 5-year-old kid or however the kid is, whatever age, when you let your kid outside of the house on their own, and you say, okay, most parents know their kids. They know. Okay, so let's say for example, like my mom is right here, right? But she used to always tell me to come in before dark, and I was just a stubborn kid, and I'd be getting whooped all the time. You know what I'm saying? So because my mom knew that when she let me out the house, I probably wasn't gonna come in before dark. So that means that she should have never let me out the house. That's basically what Christian's argument is right now, because she had knowledge of that I probably wasn't gonna come in at a certain time, then she should just lock me in the house forever.
No.
And if she don't do that, and then I don't come in after dark, it's her fault.
Hold on, wait. You said.
No. That's not my point.
You said she knew that you probably.
What I'm saying is if
Right.
what I'm saying is if someone has a pattern or something, right? Like you don't know what your kid is gonna do for sure, right? God do.
Wait, so God don't know. So
Right there.
Follow me. You got to follow my logic of what I'm saying without trying to break in, right? So as a parent, we're not God, so we don't know 100%, but you have a pretty good idea what your kid is gonna do, right?
What are
Or
we
no?
talking about?
it's not a good comparison though, because the parent,
exactly.
if the parent has limited knowledge, that's not God. We're talking about God.
Okay, let's say we know for sure. Let's say we know for sure that the kid ain't coming in at a certain time. So you just gonna lock your kid in the house forever?
No. Please.
Trial is less.
Okay.
You feel me? Failure. You know what I mean? So you can get it correct the next time.
Right. So you gonna let him out? What happens? That's exactly what happens.
So
you let him out.
test that fire so he knows hot.
Because look, whenever there's a consequence and whenever there's a good and bad to it, like a heaven or hell, you got to give them action to do it. You see what I'm saying? Before you sentence somebody, you got to let them go ahead and commit the felony.
No. Look, you comparing something divine. You comparing godly nature to human circumstance. It just don't fit. Like, this ain't what we're talking about. Like, I get your analogy, but it don't fit what we're talking about.
Right.
You're saying something. You're talking about a supernatural. You're talking about the being who created everything,
you know what I'm saying?
Versus parents. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Since somebody spoke, I'll say this. This is just for you. You know, since we got this far, you feel me? This for you. This is for trial. You know what I mean? Or mistakes or this or that. For anybody, if you don't meet the devil, you feel me? Or if you ain't never run across the devil, you'll never know how good God. So trial is just to sharpen you. It's to sharpen your tools. So when that work, bro. So basically, let that kid go outside. You feel me? And don't from experience to knowledge, man. Feel me?
I think I understand why this can never, like, we can't make the link, because you got to understand what God is and what creation is to even for any of this to make sense.
Right. Exactly.
When you put this separation between God and man, and I'm trying to get you to understand that free will doesn't exist, but you can only understand that. You know,
so there's no separation in God and man.
There is no separation. So because what y'all are saying is correct. What you're saying is correct when you're talking about trial and error. Only when you realize that it is God Himself through man going through the trial and error.
Nigga. Wait.
Why would God have to go through trial and error?
Understand what he's saying.
Well, hold on. I want to understand. That's why I'm asking you saying that God needs to go through trial and error.
Yes, because growth doesn't stop.
Why?
Listen, no, I'm about to.
Hey, real quick, Christian.
Go ahead.
Let what he already knows is going to happen. Why does he let it happen? That's the question.
I'm asking you a specific question.
For tool sharpening,
you know what I'm saying? Like we can bounce back and forth. I'm asking you why you just stated.
Okay, I'm about to tell you, right? All right. What I'm about to say is not off subject. This is directly on subject. So please walk with me real quick. I'm gonna try to make it quick though, for real.
I appreciate that.
So when we're talking about creation, the creation of man or living entities in the physical world.
Wait, I gotta stop you real quick because hold on. When we're talking about the creation, I'm just trying to follow you, brother. That's all.
Okay, now that's cool.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you talking about creation now, and you said God and man is the same. So
yes.
So who created man?
God.
And man and God is the same.
Listen. So where did man? If God created man, what was man made from? What is man made of?
We're made of elements.
Okay, so what is the elements made of? What is the source of the elements?
There is no source of the elements. What are you talking about?
What? Okay, so you think the elements. So if there's no source of the elements came out of thin air. Didn't God create the elements?
I mean, if you're saying man and God is the same, then no, God didn't create the elements, because without the elements created man, right?
So where did the elements come from?
If we're not talking about no God in the picture, then the elements
no. Okay, this
came from nowhere.
Look, I'll answer it. Man and God not the same, but man is creation from God, though. But we not the same of God. You think? But we not the same as God. So
what did God make man out of? Like, where did He get the materials to create creation? Like, where did it come from?
He spoke it into existence.
Boom. So if God spoke the elements, matter, humans, men into existence, we came directly from God.
Hold on, real quick. Let me go to scripture to what you just now said. You said he spoke it into existence, and John, I think it's John. It said that God, that the Word is God, or God had the Word. The Word is God, and the Word became flesh, became man. Am I bugging?
Yeah, it don't say that. It say in John it say in the beginning was the Word,
And the Word.
and the Word was God, and the Word was God. And
Thank
then
you. So when you're talking about speaking, the Word is God. He spoke.
The Word was God, and the Word became flesh.
You're talking about Jesus. You're talking about Jesus. Yeah.
Come on. That's what you're doing
Then
right
I'm
now.
Jesus then. But
Yeah,
okay,
in the
so
beginning was the Word. In the beginning was Jesus, and yeah, that's what they talking
all
about.
right, let me look at it. Maybe this will help, right? Because technically, if God created the world or man with his mind, right? Are we cool to say that?
No.
Yep.
You said he spoke it into existence. Where do words come from?
You
It had
have
to start as a thought, right?
right. You have to.
Yeah, I don't know how God is set up. So
That's
All right.
why you don't want to know how God is set up, because you are
yeah, I don't know how
comfortable.
God is set up, and I'm not gonna
He
No,
pretend that I do. But this is what
he
I
but
didn't
want
I'm
to know,
speak
trying
it.
to
Krishna.
show you how God is set up.
This is what I want to know,
He
Krishna.
thought it.
If you're God, if you and God are one and the same, right? Is what basically what you're
Yes,
saying, right?
yes.
Okay. This is my thing. Why can't nobody on here? All you gods on here, right?
Okay, don't do it.
He gonna go to some spooky shit. Watch.
I'm
I'm
ready.
just
I'm
asking
ready.
you the basics. I'm asking you the basics.
Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Why can you not create an element?
So we not God. That's what I'm trying
Hmm.
to
Wait,
tell him.
wait.
Big
Time
Five, you the
out.
smartest dude on this thing. I'm not talking to you right now, brother. You know what I'm saying? You the smartest dude on this channel, and I know you got the answers. You know what I'm saying? But I'm
Kareem.
talking to Krishna. I'm trying to figure out why he can't create an element.
Both y'all.
You said
Have y'all seen this guy create an element?
You said what?
Have any of you, Big Five or Kareem, seen this guy that you're talking about creating an element?
Absolutely.
He capping, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
nah, but
So
real,
so
to answer your question,
so as you
I
experience
did it
anything that you
already.
experience is God, bro.
Exactly.
So we seeing this in the flesh. Where else did it come from?
Kareem,
He's
that's
capping.
your
Bruh.
that's your.
But see,
I asked you.
you answered the question with a question is what you did.
Have you seen?
But what
this
you did,
guy
but also what you
create
did was
an element?
answer a question with a question. I asked you guys, why all you gods are not able to make an element? Why can't you make me a sun? So that you know what I'm saying?
That's
Or
an
a
easy
galaxy.
answer. That's easy. It's because we already did it. We already made it. It's
But
already there. You can
then
go
do it
see it.
again.
Go look outside.
Then do it again. It'd be easy, that much easier to do again.
Ask your God to do it again.
Right.
He's
What
done it.
It's
He's
Exactly.
already
done it many
done.
times. He does it all the time. He does
Yeah.
it again all the time. There's new planets in creation all the time. You don't
Kareem,
understand that?
you see, that's why we're not gonna play this game.
Yeah,
No. I'm talking about according to science. There's new planets in creation all the time. So you said tell God to do it again. He does it all the time.
Did
Look,
you
we can.
personally see this guy that you believe in create the shit that you're talking about right now? Yes or no?
No.
Yeah, we see it all the time.
Kareem, I'm not asking you what we already see this after. Did you see there was nothing there and then God formed this shit and created? You saw that?
Yeah, I see that all the time.
Bro, come on.
Come on, bro. When did you see a sun be created?
Right.
I
When
didn't see
have
a
you
sun.
ever?
I ain't seen a sun be created, but I see a sun in existence, and I know that new suns are
No,
created all the time.
That don't count because
That's not what you.
you
That's not
didn't
even
see
what
it
you
come into
asked.
existence.
So
I'm
what I
asking
asked was,
nothing.
if you are a God, we know that there's creation. Everybody, I believe that everybody on here believes.
So
So
look.
do y'all
If
believe
I
in
go to sleep
evolution or
right now,
creation?
right? If I
Let
go to
me ask you
sleep
a
and
question. Do
close
y'all
my
believe in
eyes right
evolution or
now,
creation?
when I go to sleep every night, nigga, there's a sun, people, humans, and all of that shit
So
all in
who
my
created
mind.
the sun? Who created that sun?
But look. At that, we
No,
all know
no.
that
Hold on.
human
Let me
did
just
not
finish
create
this.
the
And
I'm gonna
that's
let
sun.
you
where
talk,
see
bro.
that's where when you say you're a
Hold
God and then you
on.
can't answer that question in a realistic manner, then
No,
that's
I
when your
got
whole
you.
conversation is dead.
Now let's run it back. Let's run it back real quick because I gotta at
One,
least give you this example. So let's go back to creation because we was almost at the door, but you ran away from it.
That nigga ran.
You and we. That's why we went down a whole nother rabbit hole. Let's go back.
Right.
The word, right? God created with His word. What comes before word?
thought.
thought?
Let me tell you something.
Hold on,
In the beginning,
that's a simple question.
no, Krishna, no.
You ain't letting me even finish my
In
point.
the beginning was what? It didn't say in the beginning was a thought. It said in the beginning was the word. That's period.
So
That's what it
all right,
said.
so your own example. Can you speak a word without thinking first?
I'm not God, brother.
Oh my God. Okay, so let's run it back.
So God
This
don't got
is
thoughts.
so right. So God
Clearly,
doesn't have
God
thoughts.
don't operate the same way that we do because you can't make an element and he can.
Kareem,
Does God have
Come on,
thoughts?
Kareem.
that's your belief.
Clearly,
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
belief.
clearly, you can't make a son.
And
Clearly, you can't
clearly,
make a
God
son.
can't make a son
bruh,
either.
Right.
I can
You
create a
can't
sun
do
in
it.
my mind right now.
God play.
You can't.
You might not be able to see it.
It won't give no
But-
warmth to nobody.
Okay,
You
look.
can't prove that God created the sun. You was not there when the sun was created.
Yeah.
Let's go back though. Let's go back because I'm trying to. Because when you're avoiding, the logical progress of this conversation. When I'm trying to
Krishna, I'm
lead you
avoiding the
somewhere.
logical progress, or you are.
All right. Well,
You
let me
you
just
said
at
that
least
you're a
make this
God who
point.
cannot
Right?
you cannot
Let me at
reproduce
least
none of the things
let me
that
at
God
least. This is
created.
funny how the energy works. Like when you try to get directly to the source, it won't allow you. All right.
No,
So
it won't, because for me it has to make sense, brother. You see what I'm
I'm
saying?
trying
Like,
to
so
lead you
I'm a
there, but
very
you.
logical person. So
All right. So look.
if you
So
tell me
you
that
can
you're a
use
God, I
yourself
need
for
you
an
to do the
example.
things
If
that
we were
God
made in
does.
God's image, it may not be exactly the same, right? But if we were made in God's image, you know for a fact before you speak a word, you think a thought first. That's all I'm trying to get you to think. Before God spoke the word, he thought it.
Look, I
Right?
know that you like to compare God to you to
Oh my!
yourself, to
I'm
an
trying to.
image. I know that you like to compare and think that you know all about God and how he works and all of that, but I don't believe that you do.
So are you saying that God does not think?
I don't know how God works, but
Why
what
No,
I
you
know
can't answer
is
that
that in the
question though.
beginning,
Wrong.
I know that you're going. I know
Wait,
that
wait,
you are
wait.
stretching.
If
I know
you
that
don't
you are
know,
stretching.
wait.
In
If
the
you
beginning,
don't know, then why are you trying to tell Krishna that God did not think about the word before he
because
spoke
it says in the beginning
You don't
was.
know.
It says in the beginning was the word, and then say in the beginning was a thought.
Oh my goodness.
But you're made in his image, right?
So
And like
God may not need to God brain may not need to calculate the same way that we do.
I
You see
got
what
a
I'm saying?
question.
Asking
I got
It's
a
you a
question.
crazy
question.
though. It's crazy
God
that
thinks no.
because
but
hold
that
on.
same God that
It's
don't calculate
crazy
the
that
same way.
you
So
sticking
Krishna,
so
can I ask you a
hard.
question?
It's
Krishna, can
crazy
I ask
that
you a
you
question?
stick. Hold on. Let me speak real quick. Because it's crazy that you sticking so
You
hard
can't.
to that scripture where they said in the beginning was the word, as if a man didn't write that down. You understand what I'm saying? You speaking as if
I
the scriptures are 100% infallible, even though the scriptures was written down by men. So just because he
but
said a man wrote down in the beginning was a word, that means it's impossible that it was a thought before the word. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, what I'm explaining to you is that just because that you think you have God drawn up in
Bruh,
a box and
I'm
you
not
think
even
that
trying to
you
tell you that I got God
and
all
you think
figured out. I'm
that you
just trying to
know
walk
all
you through
about
the
how
example.
God works, what I'm explaining to you is that I do not know exactly how God's work. I don't know if
Okay,
God's
so look,
processes
so
thought
here
the
this
same
though.
that
Here
way
this.
that we do, or if
So here
God
this
just
real
speaks
quick.
a word. God probably don't have to process no thoughts the same way that we do. So
Right,
the way
but
that you're
here this though.
comparing God to comparing them to humans is completely off.
So
We're
you're
trying to
basically saying, let me say this real quick, man. So you're saying because you accept that you don't know how God thinks, but I think that I do, that
you
makes
don't
you
want to
more
walk with him.
intelligent. Like your
No, what
opinion
I'm saying to you,
is
brother,
better
is
than
that
mine.
what I'm saying to you, brother, is that you mentioned logic before, and then we
But it's
understand that
very
there's.
logical to think
Hold
that a
on, real
thought
quick.
comes before a word.
Hold on, real quick. We mentioned logic before, and we all understand creation, right? So we understand that if we go by science, the sun and the moon and the stars is millions of years older than human beings, right? This is what we understand with basic logic, right? So if I'm following logic, then something logically tells me that something other than human beings created that, right? And then now, if you're gonna turn around and tell me that you are a God who
I
created
didn't
those things,
say I didn't
that,
say
that
that
is what you
human
said. You
beings,
said exactly that. You said that you are a God and you created all those things. So
bruh. All right,
if
look,
you are a
look.
God and created all
Are
those
you the
things,
body or are
explain
you the
that to me.
consciousness within the body?
I promise you, I was just gonna
You
get
see
Yeah,
how
that's
it
what I was
logically doesn't
asking.
No,
add up?
look, no, look, because you keep saying when I say that I'm God, You think I'm talking about this flesh suit that I'm operating out of. That's not what I'm speaking of when I say I'm God. I'm speaking about the consciousness within this being, within this vessel. You are not the vessel, Kareem. We are not these vessels. So when I say I created everything, I'm speaking about the consciousness within me that is within every living being throughout the entire cosmos. That is one consciousness, and that consciousness existed before matter. You understand what I'm saying?
No, we got different
Who made this
consciousness. I disagree.
animals,
I think we all on a
Consciousness
different
is one
page.
thing.
I disagree.
Who made
All
this?
right, but anyway, all right, let me just at least make this one
more
You
point.
can't
smarter than
prove that.
animals,
You
so
can't
that
prove none of what
don't
you're
go
talking about.
neither though.
Bro, I can prove it
For
absolutely.
real.
No, you can't prove no one
Bruh.
consciousness. You can't prove one consciousness.
Yeah, you can. That's easy.
Show me.
How you want to do it? How do you want to do it?
Prove it.
The same consciousness that's in me operating in a human body is the same consciousness in a lion that's
I
operating
said
a
prove it.
lion's
I said
vehicle.
prove it. That's just what you're saying, but I said prove it.
Hey, Kareem.
Prove consciousness.
You said there's one consciousness. I disagree, and I'm asking you to prove it. And I'm just saying that you can't. And we might as well ain't waste time on that.
I'm saying, is a lion aware?
I don't think so. I don't think a lion is aware. I've already went over that. I can tell you why.
Wait, time out. Do you know what aware? Do I have to pull up the definition of aware or awareness?
Please do, because
Okay,
I'm a
all right.
wordsmith, and I'm finna chop that word up for you.
Yeah,
As soon as you step into a lion's den, he's aware that he's gonna fuck your ass
Okay,
up.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Here we go. Wait, before you even read the word aware, let me tell you why. I ain't finna read it. I'm finna pull it up.
Okay, no problem.
So everybody can see it.
But before you even put it up, see, you should allow me to tell you why he's not first.
Go ahead. It's right here. Go ahead.
Right here, go ahead.
The reason why a lion is not aware is because is a lion able to say, okay, look, I made this decision today, so I can see the results of this decision wasn't the best choice for me to make, so I'm gonna make this decision tomorrow.
There's different levels of awareness.
Wait. I got it. Yes.
A lion is moving off of instinct. So
how does the
number one? Okay, hold on. The number one definition
of awareness
says the state of being aware. So what does the state mean? A state means there's different levels of awareness. Is that not correct?
Kareem, but what you just now said was because the lion does not. What did you say about the lion? You said he does not do what?
Listen to what I'm saying. The number one definition on awareness says the state of being aware. So that in itself lets you know that there's levels of awareness. So a lion is aware on the most minimal level.
So it's
it's down to you how animals don't have free will, bro. Animals don't have free will, so he's not aware.
You just said he had a minimum level of awareness. That's still aware.
Yeah,
okay,
that's what I was
minimum level of awareness is not awareness.
But the whole point is that it has awareness.
Awareness is not awareness.
Oh, he can see if something is in front of him. He can see if something is in front of him. But
that's called being aware.
That's a level of awareness.
Okay, so but it's still awareness.
Okay, but he's not aware as a human is aware.
I didn't say that he was aware as a human was aware.
Okay,
we just want to acknowledge that.
So then we can say that he's not aware, then, right? If no.
Just because you're not as aware as a human, don't mean you're not aware at all. Because to be not aware at all is to be completely unconscious.
Hey, Kareem, is your awareness
or to not have free will?
Kareem,
what'd you say?
Or to not have free will.
He said you don't got free will. Hey, Kareem, is your awareness?
No, I said or to not have free will. Like if the lion don't have free will, then that would be unaware.
Is your awareness the same as mine?
No, I think I'm on a little bit higher level as far as the consciousness.
That's absolutely fine. That's cool. I'm not gonna take a shot at you, but I'm just saying. So
I ain't taking a shot either. I'm just keeping it what I believe.
Yeah, that's your awareness. That's cool. But what I'm saying is that so you're saying that because the relationship is different of awareness between humans and animals are different, but mine and yours are not the same. So what are we talking about?
Right.
Well, you just asked me a question about awareness, and I'm saying my awareness is different.
It's on a different level, right? It's on a higher level. You were saying.
Yeah, you're higher.
Yeah, but you still got free will. You got free will though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Your awareness is at a higher level than Woon, so Woon's is at a lower level, right?
Right.
I believe so.
So what's the difference between us having a higher level than a lion's lower level of awareness? We're still talking about awareness.
Free will.
So what are you talking about when it comes to a lion?
Let me do this real quick because I've been in this conversation before, and I'm not saying that you haven't, but I recently was in this conversation.
Right.
So are humans confined to what humans can do?
Right. That's
absolutely.
So lions are confined to what lions can do, right?
Absolutely, and they don't have free will. So you're not making any point.
Listen to my question, Kareem. Do humans do what they're supposed to do?
But Woon, what you're asking me a question that doesn't take anything away from what I'm saying, because
I'm not saying
lions do what they're supposed to do and humans do what they're supposed to do.
Take away from what you're saying.
We as human beings, we're given the gift. We're made in the image of God. We're given the free will. So no, a lion is not. So he is not aware.
And animals aren't.
Exactly.
Why do animals exist?
You had to tell me.
Wait! Do animals evolve or adapt?
Yeah, animals evolve and they adapt. Yeah.
How do they do?
Aware.
Oh, they are aware.
They're not aware.
They're not aware.
Evolving and adaptation is not necessarily aware. You can
adapting to your environment is aware because you're aware of your.
It's called instinct.
Yo, you do know that awareness just simply means observation, right? Like you're an observer.
Well, right. You just pulled up the definition of awareness, so we don't have to wonder what it means.
So again, I'm just trying to make something clear to you about this human nature versus animal nature. Nature, right? So if we're talking about nature of things, that does not constitute that something does not have awareness or consciousness or anything. Because what you're saying is that animals are just simply robots. That's what
exactly
right. Pretty much.
You would have to say that humans are robots.
Wrong.
Because humans only do what we're programmed to do. Can I fly?
No, I don't believe that. We got free will. We got free will, so we can do whatever we want to do.
Can I fly?
Yeah, you can.
This nigga's capping.
Southwest, Delta.
This nigga said Southwest.
Hey, this is the thing. This is the thing, brothers. I think I hit this on a nail when I asked y'all this question earlier. You know what I'm saying? Because Krishna brought up logic, and I asked him to explain to me how he was a God that can't create none of the things that obviously a creator created. And then I'll bring up the fact that according to science, that human beings came along millions of years later than the earth, the sun, and the stars. Is that correct? And so for you to call yourself a God, but then at the same time, you came along way after these other things, and you cannot recreate these things that came before you that we know were created, right? They didn't just pop up out of nowhere. They were created. You see what I'm saying?
You don't know.
No, we do know that.
All right, so look, all right. So you said, all right, from your perspective, we're children of God, right?
Yeah.
So God is my father.
In a way, yeah.
It ain't no in a way. If I'm a child of God, then God is my father.
Period.
Yeah. My nephew is a child of mine too, but he ain't necessarily my child directly. Yeah. So if we're not talking about biological kids and nothing like Jesus.
All right, but either way, God is some way my relative, like it's my father.
Yeah, we all his children. We all his children.
We're his children, right?
Yeah.
So if God is my father,
but I don't know. You gotta
wait. Let me finish.
Not everybody.
If God is my father,
not everybody.
And I'm a child.
Wait,
hold on. Stop. You ain't even let me finish. Huh?
Not everybody. No, you're right. Actually.
All right. Well, let's just say, okay, you're a God's child, right?
For surely.
Boom. So God is your father.
Right.
Boom. All right. So you're a child of God.
That's correct.
So what do you become when you become an adult?
You become a child of God.
Oh, okay. So all right. So my father.
Let me explain that.
Wait. So wait. So my father.
Granny gonna say you a baby.
In the earth, right? my father is a man. But when I was born, I was my father's child. So I was a boy. So, but my father was a man. So when I become an adult, I become a man, right?
You become a man. That's correct.
So if I'm a child of God, then when I become an adult, I become a God.
Yeah, that's funny. But if you're a God, then you should be able to do the things that God does. We
No, no,
still
no.
can't get away from
See,
that.
and this is where evolution comes in the creation. When the children of God become adults, they become gods because our father is a God. So don't you grow up to be what your father is eventually?
No, my father was a fireman.
We're not talking about career.
I said your
We
father
talking
is God.
exactly.
Hey, I swear I love having these conversations, man. These conversations be so lit. But I definitely
Humans do in my religion, or let's say my spirituality. You know, I resonate deeply with Hinduism, right?
definitely.
And so when you become to a certain level of enlightenment, you actually have the ability to form whole creations. But
Okay.
this knowledge may not be, you know, known to everybody because everybody's religion or spirituality don't teach you this. Because you know that there's, well, according to you, I don't know if you believe there's only one universe or if there's multiple universes. But in my religion, which happened to be the oldest religion on the planet, thousands of years before Christianity came into existence, they
What,
teach us
Hinduism?
that, yes,
No, sir.
bro, look it up. Look it up.
That first religion came up out of Mesopotamia, my brother, and it was not Hinduism.
Oh, you talk about ancient Sumeria?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Okay.
Are
Just
we
do
talking
your
about?
research.
Are we talking about written text that defines what religion is? Or are we just talking about religion in general?
Well, well, look, he might actually be right because he's saying the first religion.
I'm
But
just asking a
if I'm
question.
correct,
Give definition of
in Mesopotamia, which is the oldest civilization, yeah, they pretty much had a religion over there, and that's where the Epic of Gilgamesh and all of that come from. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe you're right. I don't want to argue that point with you.
All of that is up to debate. But
right.
beings have the ability, once you reach a certain level of enlightenment, you gain the spiritual ability to create universes and become a god of that world.
In
So
Hinduism, what's the I'm off subject, but what's the foundation of Hinduism? Where does that come from? Like, who is y'all? Is there a god or is there multiple gods?
there is definitely a god.
Who started Hinduism?
Technically, okay. God created Hinduism.
I was gonna say that. That's
Cut it out. Cut
answer.
it. Cut that.
God created Hinduism. Because who started Christianity?
Wait, no. I'm not. We ain't talking about Christianity. I'm talking about your religion and what you believe in. We know what Christians believe and all of that, right? Now, I'm
Right,
talking
but Christianity, according to you, was created by God, right?
that we ain't talking about Christianity. We talking about
Nah, but
Hinduism.
answer the question though, because if your religion was created by God, why can't I say mine was created by God?
Well, I mean, if that's what you believe, I just want to know.
Right, it directly came from the source, because it's not really the religion. That's just the name we put to it. But it's an
man wrote
eternal
Hinduism,
knowledge,
right? But man is the one who wrote Hinduism, right?
Yeah, the written scriptures, yes.
Okay.
And man wrote the Bible, right?
Who? Okay, so who is the man? We gonna leave the Bible out of this one. I just want to know Hinduism right now, right?
Okay.
Christian, let me say this.
Man,
Christian, you're in the hot seat right now, so he's trying to,
I know. He's trying to do. I get it.
Who is the man that wrote the Hinduism, the Bible, the Hinduism Bible?
Okay, so most of the scriptures that was written, and we're talking about the Bhagavad Gita, the Mahabharata, the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is some of the most prominent scriptures in Hinduism. It was written by Srila Vyasadeva.
And who is he to the religion? Like Jesus is the Messiah. Muhammad is the Messiah. Who is, oh boy, to Hinduism?
So Srila Vyasadeva is the first sage to actually write down the knowledge that was passed down orally previous to that. So he was the one to actually write it down.
Is he holy in any type of way in Hinduism?
Absolutely. He's actually considered to be an direct incarnation of God.
So he's God in the flesh.
Yes.
Okay. No. That's all I want to know. I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Absolutely. So
and so you think that this religion is hold on. You think that this religion is like you think that this is the real religion?
You say I believe this is what?
Like, do you think that this is like legitimate? Like, you think that this Hinduism is legit?
Absolutely.
Okay, and now do they worship gods that's outside of self, or like, because in Hinduism I've seen like these 6-armed gods and all these kind of different things. So
yeah, so they okay, so in Hinduism there's layers to God. The supreme absolute God is formless. It's the source. It's consciousness itself. It's the source itself. Then from that source, there's a form of God, which is, they call it Vishnu, right?
Yeah.
And then from Vishnu came all the other living beings, all the other expansions from that God. But ultimately,
who is the God. Lady with the 4 arms or the 6 arms? Who is her?
It's multiple of them. Which one you talk about?
It's one that be in India. They always worshiping her. They be standing around her and they be worshiping the lady with like 4 arms, 6 arms.
Is she blue?
Sometime.
You might be talking about Kali.
Okay, Kali. And Kali is supposed to be a god, right?
Yes, an extent. Actually, she is a goddess, but she's an extension or expansion of God.
And you believe that this is you believe all this?
I know this.
And so what separates the Bible from the superstitious beliefs in the Bible or the supernatural beliefs in the Bible and Jesus and all the things that they say compared to Kali and all these other things?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, like I'm saying, the whole thing with the Bible is it's written by man, and we don't really have no proof of this. And was Jesus really here? Did he have any powers? Did he walk on water? Did he do any?
Yeah, I never said none of that though. That's never been my. I don't have no problem with none of the supernatural beliefs in Christianity. My only problem is the separation between creation and creator. That's my only problem.
Okay.
Which the Bible doesn't really teach, in my example. In my opinion, I think it's man who misinterprets the Bible to think that that's what it's saying.
Okay. And what
so
that's
my only discrepancy with Christianity, or I would say the believers of Christianity, is that they believe that God and man is separate, 2 different things.
Yeah. What made you turn to Hinduism?
Basically, and to be honest, I don't want to sit here and make it seem like, I'm subscribed to a specific religion, but Hinduism contains the most potent pointers to the truth. You understand what I'm saying?
Give me scripture.
One. What'd you say?
Give me one.
Okay. Basic matter of fact, do y'all really want to go down this rabbit hole?
Maybe we need a whole episode for that.
I like the depths of this conversation. Even though it may be a little bit off of the original idea of the topic, but
right. My fault.
No. You guys are absolutely fine. But I think sometimes it's needed to have for the liberation of understanding different viewpoints of what people choose to do. And this is what Christians are going to get into for people who don't know. It's a difference of energy. So it's not right or wrong. It's just, I'm sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, this shit.
No, you're right.
Y'all keep rocking. I'm fucking with it.
Okay, so what was you asking me, Kareem?
No, I was just
Yeah.
asking you, like, what, like, how did you get into Hinduism? What made
All right.
you
So basically, man, I
believe,
just
like, once you started reading the scriptures, like, what
oh
was it? Yeah.
okay. So when I started reading the Bhagavad Gita and the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is that's probably my favorite book of all time. In the Upanishads, the wisdom contained in these scriptures was so potent and so detailed in comparison to other religions or other scriptures that I resonated with these scriptures the most because I felt like they gave you the biggest under the most accurate description of the truth, in my opinion. That's just to answer your question.
Okay. And so that blue god, you believe that is what is your definition of her? Do you believe that was an actual god, or is that just because I know you say like a reflection or like a part of a god or something like that? How do
Yeah, I
you
say
understand that blue?
expansion or extension,
Yeah,
which is
extension.
what we all are. I believe, to keep it real simple, bro, I think that all beings are extensions of God. It's just different levels of awareness. You
But
understand what I'm saying?
I'm asking about that blue lady though.
Yeah, she's an extension of God. She's a goddess.
But was she real? Was she real?
Yeah,
So it was a real 4,
definitely.
5, 6 arm lady running around doing healing people and stuff.
So Kali was actually created by she was created by the they call them the demigods or the devas in Hinduism. It was a specific situation where they all put their
Well,
energies together to defeat a demon. I'm
real
giving
quick.
you I'm giving you how she came into existence. So it
That's
wasn't
why I'm trying to get into them demigods you was talking about. Now, who is these demigods? What's their name?
wow. This all right. I don't not want to answer your questions, but this is going down a whole rabbit hole.
So deep, yeah. I see that. Let me say this real quick. And I know
I didn't want to make this a Hinduism bill. You know what I'm saying?
that's what I'm about to get into because I know me and Self was saying like, damn, you want to know what Krishna? You haven't got an opportunity because we asked you to come on and just
Right
go in on
and we still got to do that because when it comes to this shit, I want to come. I would rather come with the direct shit, like the whole goddamn layout, because I can lay all of this shit out, but it's a long rabbit hole.
So, do you believe that Jesus walked on water?
All right, to be honest, to answer that question, I don't believe Jesus existed. I'm just keeping it real.
But you believe that that's what I was trying to get to. But you don't believe.
It's not. I don't not believe Jesus existed because the story is like fantastical or nothing like that. I don't believe Jesus existed because of historical research about. Like, I don't believe in the historical, evidence that this man existed.
So where is the historical evidence for the blue lady?
Hey, that's a good question. And honestly, at that point, we get to choose what we want to believe. And I'm not asking you to not believe in Jesus. I don't care if you do or you don't. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have necessarily 100% proof that Kali existed. I wasn't there in that time. All I'm saying is I resonate with the knowledge in Hinduism. I'm not attached to none of the beliefs or the gods or the deities. This is something that I choose to believe. Like, I don't care if anybody believes that.
But we all understand that there was never in existence no blue lady with 4 to 6 arms. So we know that for a fact. So
you don't know that for a fact.
We know that.
That's
but if
extremely
that's false,
evident.
I never seen no lady walk around blue, look with all them arms. But if we know that's the case, then why should we believe anything else that Hinduism has to say if they lying about that?
Real quick. And I'm glad you used the word lying, right? So Kareem, and I'm not trying to come at you. I'm just trying to bridge this gap, right? So do you think that the Bible, it says it, but I'm gonna ask you just for the sake of the conversation. Do you think that the Bible is written in parables?
Man, come on, you already know we done been through this a million times. Yes, the Bible is written in parables, but no, the Bible is not all parables. So when the Bible talks about, you can tell when the Bible is talking about a parable because
that's fine. That's absolutely fine. You can tell, right? That's absolutely fine. So do you think that in order for the parables to resonate with you, that there may be images that may depict and maybe put an emphasis on those parables?
Exactly.
You said an image that what?
that depicts or puts an emphasis on the parables?
What image?
Any image. I'm just saying.
I don't know none in the Bible, but
Trust me, I got one. In the Bible that you're talking about, right? It's all literature. It's all words. When I was coming up, there was such things as a book of Bible stories for kids, and this book contained pictures that is synonymous with the stories, right? Have you ever do Christians or whatever you study have something for children for their imagination?
I'm sure they do.
Thank you. So with that being stated, they may depict some of those parables in pictures.
Right.
Now, so you would ask, so the smart person would ask, well, okay, as a kid, you're receiving these things as real things. And I'm not trying to down you, Kareem, but in your state of mind, you're saying, hey, did this shit really exist? As a grown man, you're asking these questions, right? But then again, on the other hand, you understand that these things are parables, right?
Right.
So I'm saying for you to look at what you think people probably think is real you're asking this nigga, does he really think that there was a 6-armed blue person that was walking around? Know that the Bible is written in parables as well. So I'm just saying for you.
No, I said the Bible is not written in parables. The Bibles have parables in it.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'm still on the same track. So what I'm saying is that take yourself, please do this. Take yourself out of your space, go into what his religion is that he chooses to follow, and see if this blue person with 6 arms is only describing a parable.
Well, I see what you're saying, but I don't have to do that because I'm specifically asking him how he feels.
No, I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm saying for understanding.
Right.
For understanding, I don't got to do that because I'm just asking him how he feels, and he felt that it was a real entity. So what all I was trying to do was to, like, because a lot of times people,
because there's a difference between,
he said for himself, he don't necessarily not believe. You see what I'm saying? Like, okay, why don't you? It doesn't make sense to me why somebody wouldn't believe in Christ, but then they would believe in the blue person. So I'm getting his perspective. I understand you're saying that.
Let me say this to that. Christ and Christ is the
same thing. Same
Christ
thing.
And who?
Represent the same energy.
Christ and Krishna is the same thing.
Okay, but we're not talking about that, brother. I just asked you a question. You said that you don't think Christ actually existed, right?
Yeah. Okay. When I say Christ didn't exist, I'm talking about Jesus. That's
who I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about too.
I'm talking about the man, but the energy I absolutely believe in. I believe in Christ.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get to the bottom of your
right. But look. I just want to say this though, because you said if they was lying about, a blue person with multiple arms, why should you believe anything else that religion has to say, right? But I mean, I could easily say, we never seen talking snakes before, so why should we believe anything that the Bible has to say? You understand what I'm saying? But like I said, my point isn't.
We absolutely could. So I'm just trying to ask you.
Yeah, but my point is the Bible still has knowledge and wisdom in it. It's not about the parables and the stories and the characters. It's about the message.
What you can get from it.
It's about what you can get from it.
Okay, I understand that. I understand that, but I'm asking you from your point of view because you made a statement. You said that you don't think Jesus actually exists because there's no evidence and all of these other things. But
right, and that's just my prerogative, but that don't discount the knowledge that Christ spoke. Like that, I do believe in. The knowledge that was said, that Jesus said. I'm not saying that the man. I don't care if the message existed. I believe in the message.
So you believe in the actual physical blue person just based on faith, then?
I honestly ain't gonna say I can't prove if they was blue. To be honest, you really want to know my opinion? I don't believe that none of them was blue. I think they was black. I just think these images was actually depicted to be blue because of them trying to cover up the true history behind this religion. That's my true belief. So when you talk about probably being perfectly blue, I didn't believe that they're blue. I believe it was actually black.
With 4 to 6 arms?
That's up to debate. That's not my concern. I said,
talking snake.
Right, you believe in the talking snake?
People getting
Y'all.
swallowed by
It's
whales.
funny how y'all. I will stand on everything that I believe. Yeah, I believe on this talking snake, but see, I will say exactly that. I have a certain faith in things and blah 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 blah. I'm asking you, so it really don't matter about what I believe. I'm asking you
Oh,
right now as a human being and as an individual, and then I'm comparing it back to mine because I'm saying, okay, well, if somebody's saying there's no evidence for Jesus, okay, well, there's no artifacts, there's no this, there's no that.
Right. But to me, I mean,
All I'm saying is, wouldn't the same things have to apply to a different religion? Is what I'm getting at.
no, yeah, no, that's fact. That I'm cool with all of that, bro. To be honest, that my point is, it's not my concern if Jesus existed or not. I'm not trying to tell you that he don't. I ain't trying to tell you that he do. My point is the knowledge. My point is, what is the point of all of this? What is the point of all of this, all of these religions and these scriptures? What is it trying to tell us?
Right.
That's my biggest concern. I'm not really a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. But
but my thing is, if Jesus didn't exist, right, then everything is capped. So I don't really want to hear none of the rest. You know
no, that's my opinion. They ain't got nothing. You don't even got to.
If that's the case, if you could prove to me some type of way where Jesus is capped, you feel me, where it's completely capped for sure.
Okay.
Then I don't need the Bible. You feel me?
I couldn't even prove that to you because you are locked into that belief.
Right. You couldn't anyway, but because
exactly.
There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove something like that because he did exist, right?
I mean, like I said, it don't matter if he did or if he didn't. What matters is what did you get from it? What did you get from
if this blue person never existed, if this is not a real person, the whole story is made up. So
no. It ain't about the story. It's about the information in the story.
But the information is fictional. It would be fictional because it's all based on lies, right?
Wait, real quick.
No.
Real quick, I'm gonna let
Terrible.
Kareem, do you think that these fantasy movies have oral input that may make you feel a certain type of good way?
I don't know. Maybe I guess that's based on the individual perspective, right?
There we go. That's all I'm asking.
Yep, exactly. Perspective.
But I'm sorry, I just wanted to let y'all rock. But I just want to
all right
right now. But go ahead. But I want to. My bad.
Look,
I
just wanted to say this real quick. Oh, I didn't even peep Trika. What's going on, Miss Trika?
Oh, okay. I creeped up in the cut. You ain't supposed to see me. You ain't supposed to see me in the background. Mm-hmm.
Nah, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Peace, y'all. What's up? I'm listening.
Peace. Yo, look. This is all a distraction again from what I was trying to make at the beginning. I don't care about none of this shit. This is my point, bro. I just want to make this real quick, and it is what it is after this. The word before the word was a thought, G. So I didn't care about none of this other shit. This is just semantics.
All about that.
Right, that was the subject at hand, bro. All right, so look. Rather you believe in this or not, Kareem, this is just an image I wanted to paint. And you don't have to even like resonate with it. I just want to just put it out there in case it may make sense to you. You know what I'm saying? And first, I'm going to just start by asking, like, all right, when you go to sleep at night and you have a dream, you here, Kareem?
I'm here.
All right, bet. So when you have a dream, right, and you see people, you know what I'm saying, it's a world, it's elements, all of these things are present in the dream. Would you say that the things in the dream are you? Are they you? Did it come from you? Or ultimately, is it coming from you?
I don't believe so.
So, what do you think that your dreams, like the people and the characters and everything in your dream that you're experiencing, where do you think that's coming from? That's not coming from your mind?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you believe a dream is and all that. That'd be a whole nother conversation to be real. You know what I'm saying? I've been on some of these conversations with these guys before, and and there's things that's called like I've told people
can
before.
I ask?
Not right in the middle of what I'm saying, but
oh wow, that was
you gotta let him rock. You gotta let him rock.
I'll let him rock.
Dreaming, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I can I'm conscious at the same time. So to answer that question,
Okay.
When you dreaming, you feel like you're conscious at the same time.
as in
I don't like the
visited
fact that
places, I've
these
seen
guys,
people, you know what I'm saying,
I'm gonna
things
let
like
you know
that.
that
So.
right now. I don't like the fact that you said these guys. I felt a little offended when you said that. Kareem, my nigga, man. Hey, if don't nobody know, that's my nigga. I said that in the beginning when he first came on. That's my nigga for real.
Absolutely.
I just want to ask him if he felt like when he was dreaming that is he aware in his dreams? Like, are you?
Yeah, I feel like I'm aware. Yeah.
Okay.
So you actually be lucid in your dreams?
What you said, lucid, as in?
Lucid basically means like you're aware that you're dreaming when you're dreaming.
Yeah, I am.
So I was also going to follow that
We've
up
had
with
this conversation before with Self and Woon. I told him the same thing.
If you're lucid in your dreams, where do you think that information comes from in your dreams?
I mean, it could come from myself. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. I mean, we can go that route. Like I said, I don't think it does because, yeah, it's like sometimes I'm woke.
No, I
you know what I'm
understand you saying you don't think it does, but where do you think it comes from?
Let me give a balance to what Kareem was talking about, right? So the subconscious, we all know this, the subconscious picks up things that we may not pick up on a conscious level, right? So I can have a dream that I'll be like, man, all these strangers was in my dream, but imagine driving down the street and you see some people that you don't even acknowledge or recognize, but then they come into fruition in your dream. You be like, hold on, nigga, I've never seen these people in my life, but yes, you have. Like, you know what I mean? So it just depends on what you're talking about. But
and that comes back to awareness.
Exactly. So. But what I think that to tie it in, to connect the bridge, I think that Krishna is saying that you would still have to recognize that you're still internalizing what it is that you're taking in, right? So it's still one and the same thing. Like,
whether you acknowledge it or not, you still internalize it.
Definitely. Let me turn on my camera real quick. My bad, y'all. But real quick, I just want to acknowledge that the boy Tyrone is in a building. What are we doing?
What's going on with the guys
right now?
Hey, don't do that. What's going on with the guys and the goddess?
Hey,
chilling, man. Hey, look. Let me say this, man. And this is for everybody that's on the podcast right now and everybody that's listening. I appreciate everybody's energy. I'm not gonna hold y'all. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like the more different angles and perspectives and different lights that we get from each individual, the more that we can take in and be like, you want to know what? Let me at least think about it. So I appreciate all y'all. And the reason why I'm giving Tyrone his flowers right now is because Tyrone was trying to get on for a long time, and tonight is his first time. Trigger been on, she's alumni, Krishna's alumni, Kareem's alumni and shit, right? So now we have Tyrone that's on here that's actually coming to spill the spill, and I appreciate that for sure.
I appreciate it, God. I appreciate it, man.
Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate it. So how's everybody doing tonight?
I just got on like you, Tyrone, so we was in the same traffic, my brother.
Right. So what we talking about?
Listening, so.
What we talking about?
A lot
of things.
A whole bunch of shit. You know how they do over here.
And that's what I was gonna say. So with Krishna, he kind of brought it back full circle. Because we and I understood, you know, where the conversation was about to go. Sometimes we do have to go down a rabbit hole in order to get a perspective of where somebody is as far as faith, believing or knowing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when we get that covered, then we could just flow freely. So where now we establish an understanding of this person's either belief or knowledge or perspective of things, right?
Yeah.
And it's all respect. And Kareem, all respect to you. I wasn't trying to cut you off in disrespect. I just thought you were done talking, sir. So,
oh, it's all good.
Yeah.
And I just want to tell Krishna real quick. I've been checking out that Vishnu stuff, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a coworker. He been putting me on to some of it.
How you resonating with it?
It's cool. I mean, it kind of it all ties in. All religion ties in together, man. For me, it's all like the same story, just a different version.
Bro, I agree 100%.
So yeah, I was like, I don't know if you remember, but you know, people were trying to make fun of it, saying there was a what he said a dude was having sex with a mannequin and all that shit.
Yeah, nah, I think they was getting the Avatar movie mixed up with Hinduism. Like it was some
Right.
funny shit, man. That shit was funny.
Yeah. So when
Avatar is dope, bro.
my homie was kind of breaking it down to me. I'm like, damn, this kind of sound like Jesus story, lightweight. You know what I'm
Very
saying?
similar,
So
It
very
is.
similar.
It is.
yeah, so I'm like, shit.
It
I
is.
definitely feel like, it's all tied in, man. Like every religion, I almost look at it like the colors of the rainbow. It's a different aspect of the
Yeah.
truth. You know
Right.
what I'm
Right.
saying?
Because what's a
Pocahontas
lie?
shit.
What's a lie without the truth in it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes,
That's a
sir.
fact.
You
And
gotta
then
have
Right.
both
what do we accept as a lie and what do we accept as a truth?
perspective.
Right.
There we go.
That's deep.
Or
That's different by
confirmation.
everybody.
Perspective. Some do it by perspective. Some do it by confirmation.
That's
Right.
a fact.
Mine is
Right.
confirmation.
Right.
I love it.
But your confirmation may not be the same for me, so that's why I say it's all perspective.
Yeah,
Because what may
it's
be
all
good for
perspective.
you may not be favorable for me,
Mm.
and vice versa. So
That's
what's
true,
good
but
for you
at the
is
same
not
time,
what's always good for me.
some confirmation is universal. You know what I'm saying? So it applies across the board.
There is no one universal truth.
Well, I would say it is.
I would say it is.
I agree. I
So
agree
there's
with
no
it.
universal truth. So up is not up.
There are certain universal laws, but there is no one truth. There's
Well,
no one man that has one truth that is the absolute truth.
I think that it's one
I
truth,
disagree.
but it's different
I think that's
perceptions
where
of that
the
one
difference
truth.
comes in.
Yeah, because it's all truth.
All
It's
of
all
it's truth. So there is
all
no
truth.
one.
Right.
I disagree.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody,
Everything is one thing. That's the whole thing
That's
about
like us all telling a story, and then I'm sitting here lying, and then you like everybody telling the truth. No, not really.
right. But it's like everybody has a different perspective. So something that happened in the Middle East, we're not going
somebody
to
could
see
be
it the
lying,
same
though.
way that they saw it over there where it happened at. We see it from a different perspective.
Kareem, what is a lie based on?
Yes, that's just a different perspective, I guess, because a lot of people do that. They say, all these religions, you just combine them together, throw them all together, and then you get what you get out of it. No, there's one God, there's one truth, and everything else is a lie.
Right. So I'm saying, like, what is a lie based on, though?
Well, the lie would be based on if and look, I can't say who's lying, right? But if Hinduism is right, then that means Christianity is completely wrong. Period.
No, it's not. And that's the
false.
that's the point of my question.
Guess what? Let me tell you why.
There is no truth.
Let me tell you why.
Go ahead.
Because in Christianity, there's one God that had one son that's responsible for everyone's sins if you give your sins to him. So if anything other religion says anything outside of that you can have any type of saving other than that, then that religion is a lie, or my religion is a lie.
No, that just means it's a different perspective.
So you're saying perspective dictates truth and lies?
Well, Christianity says that if you do not claim,
that's what I'm asking.
No, let me tell you what I'm saying. So that's not perspective. Christianity is saying
Christianity is a perspective.
Okay, follow me. Follow what I'm saying.
Man, I'm listening.
But their perspective is if you don't follow Jesus Christ as your savior, right?
Go on to hell.
So
that's their perspective. Okay, so if somebody else's perspective is that you don't have to go through Jesus Christ, either Christianity would be a lie or that religion would be a lie. We can't sit here and say that they both tell
No.
Time out.
Yeah,
you can't even say that. You can't even say that just because of the fact that it's a belief. Like
that's what I'm saying. So a belief and perspective is damn near the same thing. But what I'm asking you is that does perspective dictate truth?
Nope.
No.
Thank you. So there's a Christian perspective, and then there's a Hinduism perspective.
But what you call perspective could be the truth.
That's
the fact that I was just saying.
So he's saying it's only one perspective.
When you
so
say
I'm saying there's
exactly,
so I'm saying there's only
wait.
So what I'm saying is there's only one truth.
Hold on, wait. When you say could be, even what you believe is a perspective, right? So it could be the truth, but when you say could be, that leaves room for it.
Well, let's see. Well, let's
Right.
see. What I believe is a perspective. Okay, let's see. If Jesus Christ was actually a man that walked on earth, is that a perspective?
You said was. What are you
I'm
talking
asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question. You answer the question for me. I want everybody on here to answer the question for me. So if I say Lawan Woon Terrell existed on earth, is that a perspective?
That would be your perspective.
Yeah.
Or so that's my perspective, or is it the truth?
At this very moment, that's the truth.
Hold on, wait. Does everybody know that I exist right now?
Exactly.
At this very moment, you do exist.
It's not about everybody knowing. We're just asking the question.
Somebody
That's the point. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Okay. So nothing is true then.
No, everything is.
Everything is true.
No, nothing is true.
Everything is truth.
Okay, that's cool too. I can.
Yeah, that's cool
Nothing
too.
is true. It's
It
cool.
can't just be one, bro. It can't just be one is right and everything else is wrong, bro. That's just my take on it.
It can.
Nah, I gotta keep it clean to go funky though.
So H2O, 2 parts H2O is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part water. What else is it?
It's one part hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen.
We just said the same thing.
Okay, so
no, you said it backwards. That's a whole other chemical.
1 plus 1 is 2, and then 4 minus 2 is 2. What do you say?
2 parts hydrogen, 1 part water. That's the only way.
That's
one.
But it is 2 ways to get to the same answer.
That's one truth. There's no perspective on that. You can perspect it however you want to. It's one truth.
Exactly.
Right. But there's 2 different. There could be multiple ways to get to that same answer, though, right?
No, you only get 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part water.
No, all right. So let's talk about mathematics, like he just said, though. 3 plus 1 is 4, and 2 plus 2 is 4.
2 parts
I
hydrogen.
just did 2 different equations to get to the same answer.
No,
right.
2 parts hydrogen and 1 part water. That's the only way. You can try to perspect
Bro,
it.
so you just
wait, Christian, real quick. What is hydrogen made of?
You go get your dictionary.
Nah.
I'm asking you.
I'm not a scientist, man. I
Thank you.
never claimed to be one.
Thank you. So they would be made of the same elements, right?
Hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
Are they made of the same elements?
I don't know. I don't know what hydrogen and oxygen.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that there is an element, or there's a formula that constructs itself to become hydrogen and oxygen. So that's never going to change.
Okay, and I agree with that. So that's why there's one truth. Exactly. I agree with you.
Thank you.
There's one truth.
You can classify it as whatever you want to classify it as, right? You could say hydrogen, and I could say hydrogen. What's the difference?
Hydrogen and hydrogen, yeah.
Okay, but when we talk about this, though, we have to think about it on a different level. We can't say these same laws apply to the elements in this chemical world, and that applies to the man-made world, because it doesn't convert.
Let me shut this off.
Yes, yeah, it does. It's a micro and macro. On a micro level, it happens the same on a macro level.
No, I'm saying when he says, when we're talking about one truth, we're talking about one person's idea to be a truth.
No, we're talking about, I'm not talking about ideas. I'm saying, like, does the state capital exist? That's the truth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all can play with the game all y'all want to, but.
Nah, I understand what you're saying, Kareem. You're saying as far as the word association, that's synonymous with what we associate that word with, that's absolutely fine. You could say the state capital. I could just call it a building. And who's right or who's wrong?
Right.
Nobody.
Because that's not my capital.
So the way that y'all world exists is like nothing is true and everything exists and nothing is true. Like,
nah, I ain't even.
You're saying that Hinduism is false, right?
I'm saying that's my perspective. Yeah, that's
okay.
because I believe.
Cool.
Yeah, I believe something different. I believe something different, and what I believe is I believe it to be true. So how could I believe?
Wait.
But how do you know that's not true? Actually,
hey, did you always believe that shit was true that you believe in right now?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It does matter, bro.
It
does matter.
It doesn't. I believe that is true. That means that anything outside of that could not be true if it go against that.
So you didn't always believe in what you believe in right now to be true.
it's almost like if you tell me that H2O is made up of platinum and silver. I'm in my science book say it's made up of H2O. If it if you saying
How
something
is the
different, I
science?
don't believe
Is
it.
the science? You take science to be absolutely true?
H2O.
Mm.
It's
They
H2O.
get it wrong
Man,
too.
listen, come on, man.
Scientists get it wrong too, brother.
Scientists
Yo,
get
but
improved wrong every
You
day.
have to,
so
the
Kareem,
point,
you believe that
the point
everything
is
is
that you have to be open enough to understand that all things are one thing, and as soon as you do that, then you would understand different perspectives. If the world is not based around Kareem, if this was Kareem's world, everybody would be on Kareem's level. Am I bugging?
All
So
right.
my question to you would be: does Kareem learn outside of Kareem?
Facts. We all got a different perspective in this life. You could say we living in the same world, but we all living in a different perspective.
That's
That's all
cool.
I'm asking.
That's fine with me. I think everybody on here understands that each individual is going to have a different perspective.
This
But
is
what
why
y'all
we
also
should
trying
have
to
these
tell me
Absolutely.
conversations.
is that what y'all also trying to tell me though is that there's not one truth. Like
I'm
like
not. No, didn't nobody say that? Didn't nobody say that? We're saying there's different perspectives of the same truth.
exactly.
You're
There's
not
multiple truths.
Right.
Right.
There's no
So
one definite truth. There is truths, though.
When you talk about definite, the base word to definite is to define, right?
Right.
So when we talk about defining this one thing, okay, everything is fine. But let me make sure that I'm gonna define this shit in order to make sure that everything is fine, right? So Selfmade may say, "Hey, Woon, you saying that 2 + 2 is 4. That's fine. But guess what? 3 + 1 is 4. That's also fine. So let's define fine and let's find the definition of, man, y'all gonna give me on one.
It's
But
infinite.
what I'm trying to say is that there's different perspectives of the same truth.
but does your perspective make it true?
Does your perspective make it true? Ask yourself the question.
I'm asking you a question. It doesn't take you to answer me back with a question. I'm just asking you a question.
Okay, let me answer your question.
It makes it true for that person.
Yes, it does. You want to know why? Because I can listen to Kareem's perspective.
So is there your truth in the overall truth?
Kareem, yes, it is, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because as soon as you say something, if I'm open enough to say, "Hey, Kareem is doing this," and my exchange with Kareem is to say, I internalize, just like you said, infliction earlier. If I internalize what Kareem is talking about and I make it make sense, then of course it
becomes true to me.
So Krishna can say something. I'll say, "Hey, you want to know it? What is Krishna talking about?" So therefore, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, that shit is true too." So at any point in given time, I have the ability. This is why we have different individual ideas.
Okay, so my perspective
of each other.
Like right now, for example, my perspective right now, for example, is that everybody, and I'm just making this up, right? But everybody on this chat is against me and y'all attacking me right now. That's my perspective, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
But the truth could be that everybody on this chat is just trying to educate me, enlighten me, and just talking to me like a brother. So
yeah, that's a fact.
So that's my perspective, is that y'all attacking me. So that's true because that's my perspective, right?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
And we respect that.
Is that really the truth?
For you, it is.
For you, it's the truth. That's
okay. So then there's two things that exist in that case, right? There's my truth and then the overall truth.
That's why there's multiple truths.
Yeah, she just said it.
Of the same truth. So when you say attacking you, what does that mean?
That's a perspective too. You got to think. The words create the perspective in your mind.
But we just agreed that so you're saying there's multiple truths.
Yes.
So if there's multiple
words
truths,
to describe shit.
So from your side, you're saying that you're feeling like you're being attacked. And our side, we feel like we just talking to you like as a partner.
Let me talk to him in his language. Is there a God? What is it? Do you subscribe to the Trinity?
Yeah.
Done deal.
Why?
Done deal.
What, 1 and 3?
Done deal. Well, how do you want to chop it?
I mean, you have to. You said, is there a Trinity? And you said done deal, and then you expect me to follow you.
Do you believe in the Trinity, Kareem? Yes or no?
And I explained that to you, yes, and then you said done deal, and I'm trying to follow you, but
So
that doesn't give me a whole lot to follow. When you
okay,
say
so
done deal.
all right, my bad. I may be talking fast. God is God, right?
Yeah, God is God, the Trinity.
That's one thing. Hold on, wait.
Same.
So God is one thing, right?
In the same, 1 and 3. I know it's hard for
Right.
human beings to
That's it.
understand how
That's literally what
that is.
Trika said. Everything's the same thing in different layers. Okay, God is the same thing in 3 layers: the Spirit, the Holy, the Son,
But that's
and
all God. That's all still God. It's still God.
It's all one truth.
Exactly.
it's
It's
all
all
one
one
truth.
truth, but
Oh,
it's
Everything
the
in
is
same
3 parts.
thing.
No.
It's
Yes.
3 and 1 at the same time.
No.
So if
I'm about
just
to
like
lose
me,
my soul.
I'm 3 and 1 as well.
Right.
I'm
We're
3
not
and 1 as
playing that
well,
one.
right?
Exactly.
I'm
Okay,
3
that's
and 1 as
cool.
well. So I'm Kareem. My
Right.
spirit is Kareem, and the
Right.
sperm that's in me is my seed, my son.
Cool. What's wrong with that?
Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's still all me. It's not
Yeah.
no 3.
So you agree?
Exactly.
I don't see how you're not getting it.
Where's the disagreement at? That's what we're trying to find out.
That's what
Because it's still one.
He
It's
just
still
likes
just
to
me.
argue.
No. I
Yo,
get it.
that's crazy.
I get it, bro. What it is
I
saying
ain't like
like,
to argue.
Muslim is right, Christianity is wrong, or Hinduism is wrong. That's the angle that you coming.
Okay.
Am I correct, sir? Am I correct?
Tyrone, I'm
Holy,
coming
hold
that
on, wait.
way
Is the Holy
because
Spirit? Is the
because
Holy
they're saying
Spirit the
something
Son?
different. If they were saying the same thing, then I would say that they was all right, but one can't say the opposite of the other and then they still be true. That doesn't make no sense what y'all saying. Like
Is
if
the
you telling me that
Holy
blue is
Spirit
red,
the Son?
if
Is
you
the Holy
telling me that
Spirit?
blue is red, and then everybody's saying, well, that's his perspective, it's the truth because blue is red, then I tend to disagree with you.
Is the Holy Spirit the Son? And let me sit down real quick because I was going to go piss. But is the Holy Spirit the same thing as the Son and the Father?
Right. Trinity.
No, I'm saying, are they the same thing?
Right. Trinity.
So why do they have different titles?
You said what?
damn. Yo, I'm sorry, I gotta go, y'all. It's too damn. I got some shit to do in the morning.
My bad, Christian. I know you probably 2 or 3 hours ahead of us, and I
Good
appreciate
night, Krishna. Stay
For
safe.
sure.
Stay
I'm gonna tap back in with y'all next week.
All right, for sure.
Of course.
Peace.
So, Kareem, my question is to you is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, are they the same exact thing?
Yeah.
So why is there a separation of the title?
Probably for purposes of duties or what they was doing. I don't know.
Hold on, wait. If they're the same thing, then they have the same duty. Am I bugging?
Well, not according to what was going on in the Bible, not according to the
Okay, so I accept that answer too. So that means that they're not the same through and through.
No, it doesn't mean that.
They're working. Hold on, wait. They're working towards the same goal, but they're not the same thing.
Not necessarily.
So how are they the same? What's happening?
Well, look, this is one thing I always try to say. This is one thing I tell people all the time. If you think that your brain is smart enough to calculate God, then we're not about to be able to do that on this thing. I know that you think that you got God wrapped up in a box.
Nobody thinks that.
I'm not going that far.
I know that you think you understand God 100%.
Nobody does.
I'm not going that
exactly.
far.
So now you're asking me to break down the dynamics of God.
No. I'm asking you, do you know the differences? Because I asked you, do you subscribe to the Trinity? And you said yes. You said it. I asked, but I didn't throw it on you. I asked you. Right? So if I'm asking you and you say yes, that means my follow-up question would be, what are the individual duties that constitute a Trinity? That's all I'm asking.
You're asking me what's the individual duties that constitute a Trinity? I don't have that answer for you.
So why do you believe in a Trinity? Why won't you just say just one thing?
Because it wasn't. It was God, it was the Son, and it was the Spirit.
Okay, so what do these 3 different things do? That's all I'm asking.
They 3 and the same, 1 and 3. It's hard for you to understand. I know.
Okay,
what I'm saying. When I'm saying 3 is different
I'm
and
saying
3 is the same, I know you can't understand it because it doesn't break into your human logic.
You didn't explain it to me for me to understand. So I'm asking, what do these 3 different things do? I'm asking.
Well, let's see in I guess
one is an observer. I'll tell you that.
Hold on, wait, Tyrone. We rocking right now. So I got you.
see, the Son of Jesus came down here and was redemption for everybody. So I guess his role
Okay,
would have been.
so they have different roles, right?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Tyrone. My bad. Go ahead, Tyrone.
So, as far as this Holy Trinity thing, they all serve one purpose, right?
Right.
But
I believe so.
But like my brother said, they got different roles. One might observe, one might participate, one might move you to do something. So those are three in the same, but they different roles.
Right,
So,
but it's all still the same. It's all still the same one that's doing it, though. Even it's like Jesus was God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And Jesus
You're right.
was
You're right.
and the Holy Spirit was in Jesus, so it's all still the same. You feel me? So it's hard for you to say that it's different roles when they was all playing the same role. If you get what I mean. But I think that it's broke down to say the Spirit, the Son, and the Father for human understanding.
Hey, is water and ice the same thing? They have the same role?
I would say they're not.
They're not the same thing.
I would say that they're not. Because one is a solid and one is a liquid. So that would.
But is it H2O though? Is it H2O?
It would be H2O.
Okay, so that's like saying the overall purpose is the H2O, and they both have different outcomes, which is water and ice.
Different element of it, yeah.
And air, the Trinity. That's literally, I mean, they all doing the same shit, they all made out of the same shit, got the same elements, do the same thing, and they working for the same goal. When water evaporated, become air. When air get too dense, it rains down back into water. When that
I like that example. I can agree with that.
Yeah.
So that would be the same thing, but they are in different states when it is water versus ice and versus.
I like that example.
air.
I can agree with that.
You know what I'm saying?
So what's the point?
The point is the fact that it's the same thing operating in different states.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same thing with the Trinity. You know what I'm saying? Like you got the Father, you got the Spirit, which is in a different form than the Father, and then you have the Son, which is in a different form than the Holy Spirit.
But like you said, it's still H2O. You know
exactly. So it's still the same thing.
Right.
You're still working for the same thing.
That's
my point.
But what if I'm saying it's H3O?
We're not doing H3O.
Changing the formula.
Yeah,
you created a new formula.
But H3O is what's the purpose of it?
But hey, when you can create H3O, then you're God, right?
And one part
oxygen
don't make water though. So somebody lying, right?
But what he's saying, because you're going against what he's saying. I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or not, but he's saying we're talking about H2O, not H3O.
I know, but all of this whole conversation came about from me saying that we were talking about perspectives. This is why that came up in the first place. And we were talking about what's a lie and what's the truth. And y'all gave me 3 parts of God to say that there's different parts of the truth. So if I'm over here saying H3O, you explain to me how
H3O is not something that we live by, though.
Exactly. So that's not. So my perspective is a lie then in that point.
No, like H3O is still a combination of elements.
So if we're talking about God, right? When you was talking to Christian, you guys were talking about God. His formula to God and how things come about
is H3O.
Just a little different.
Is H2O.
No, his formula is H3O. Mine is H2O.
But
that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
H3O don't make water. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so have you studied what he's studied, what he believes in?
Look, this is what I know for sure. I know that his religion, and I've studied parts of it, and I've even broke that down to y'all before when I was going into yoga. That's part of Hinduism, right?
No. So when we talk about, because you broke down, there was 2 elements, or 2 beings that came about, and when I looked it up, the Brahma, it was a Brahma and something else. And when you when you understand what those words mean, one is talking about consciousness.
She was asking, do we need some weed?
I'm sorry?
Oh no, I'm sorry. We in some new place over here. Somebody knocked on my door with some
I know you
craziness.
good. So when you talk about the yoga, right, coming from yogi, and the things that you was talking about, one was the Brahmin and one was something else. I can't remember off the top of my brain. But when you look at that, it literally says one is consciousness and one is energy, right? So we could compare that to anything that we're talking about. So it just depends on what you accept to be true. So you can say that it's not true based upon your level of what things are on a compound level, right? But if you don't understand how certain things work, you can't agree to it. This is why knowledge is power, because if you can't make the connection and understand what's being said, now you're looking at these images and saying, well, I don't believe in a blue person. Well, okay, well, what is it saying for real? You understand what I'm trying to say? So as much as you are, the more knowledge that you have is the more power that you have to understand things, right? So if you're not privy to what's really being said, even on a on a imagery, hold on, that's not the word that I'm looking for. On a symbolistic level, if you don't understand symbolism, mathematics, nature, science, then everything is going to be foo-foo to you. And that's going to cut you off from the understanding of what's going on. So when I asked you just not too long ago, well, what is the differences in position or roles of the Trinity? Then you say, okay, well, this dude, well, so is that not one and the same thing, or are they different? And as soon as you say that they're the same thing, then what's the difference, right? The difference would have to be the perspective that you know, right?
Yep.
If we're talking it, so because and the reason I'm bringing up symbology is because I heard you say the 6-armed blue, but what is that? What does that mean to you? Do you not understand?
No, I know what you do already, Woon. So there's like with you, like anything that you don't understand, you make it into symbology, or you turn it into a parable. You know what I'm saying? Anything that doesn't make sense or you can't explain it, you turn it into a parable to make it make sense to you.
Kareem, does the Bible talk in parables?
I'm just saying that's what you do.
No, wait. According to
Woon, you asked me this question already, so answer it yourself. You already asked me that question. I said there's parables in the Bible.
You said,
and all I'm saying is that what you do, Woon, is anything that you don't understand or anything that you don't have a necessary answer for, you will say it's a parable so that you can get an understanding.
How do you know that I don't understand it? How do you know?
I don't know that. But what I'm saying is that the man that studies this language, the man that actually studies this Hinduism, he said that it was a real thing. You said that you haven't really studied it in depth, right? But now you're
Kareem,
telling me
I think also what you do is you also kind of try to make things make sense on a materialistic 3D kind of law type of shit, and everything that when we talking about don't always be 3D. It be on some extra level shit. So
spirit talk.
Yeah.
Spirit talk.
That's where you're not connected because you're so focused and limited by your Bible and the fables, and you follow the fables. The fables are just that. They're fables. The people are not people. They represent energies and
how do you, Trika,
you say that we're not a part of. So
Trika,
you're not
how do you
getting
know?
the full picture when
Trika, how do you made that statement almost like a factual statement. So do you have anything to back up your statement with, or is it just
everything I've listened to you say tonight is all I have to back it up with? So we can run it back if you want to, but I'm not in production. I'm just a cast member.
What you said though, not about what I said. You said that the things that are in the Bible, you made it like it was just so how do you know that these aren't real stories? Because somebody
how do you know they are?
I'm asking you a question though. Usually when people are asked a question, you don't answer back with a question. It doesn't matter what I know. I'm asking, you made a factual statement and you said these stories are
because in my perspective, I had not witnessed these stories, but I witness the energies every day. And I see history that proves the energies every day.
So
that's
what history?
What I know and I believe what I believe. It's my perspective, it's my truth. It's not yours.
But I'm asking you, do you have anything that backs up your perspective, or is just what you think?
Yeah, I'm not about to do research for you. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. You've already done the research, though, right?
Her experiences.
What have you put up that you backed up with anything?
You're asking her what I asked you earlier about. Did you see God do the shit that you
Make
believe
an
God does.
element.
So,
like,
like,
no,
anytime-
nigga, you ain't never seen God make the sun. I was listening to it. I wasn't on here, but I was
Look,
listening.
I'm
you
not
ain't see God make the sun or the moon.
I'm not your nigga, for one. You know what I'm
Whoa.
saying?
I respect that.
Whoa.
You feel
Hey,
me?
Trigger, you have to be respectful, lady.
Yeah, like he was very respectful for me since I jumped on here, but that's another story.
So when did
and
I
I am a very respectful person.
Oh,
so
but
I
yes,
apologize
sir.
for calling you
wanna
nigga.
know.
Hey, we get passionate sometimes, but we can.
No, I don't intend to disrespect nobody on here. So show me that in what instance
You haven't
was I disrespectful.
showed the same
We're
respect.
not,
that
we're not going to stick on that. I'm just saying, like, you know, sometimes we get passionate. But Kareem, what you're asking her to do is to do what I asked you to say. I mean, to do was to say that.
And am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to do that?
I'm just asking. So you never answered my question. Did you answered it? But I think it was cap. Did you see God create the sun? Yes or no?
And that's what I was going to say, because anytime somebody addresses me with a question, I'm definitely going to answer it. And so that's all I was trying to do with Ms. Trika.
But you said yes?
You said what?
So my question to you was that you saw God create the sun. Your answer was yes.
Well, no,
right?
I was trying to go down a line of questioning with Ms. Trika because.
Oh, no, I got you. But just answer my
question you got for me.
Wait. Trika wasn't here. Trika wasn't here.
I wasn't even on here back then.
Let me
Well,
ask,
no, you just said something though. You made a factual statement, and you said you made a factual in the tone. I took it as a factual statement.
Okay, what was the statement that you got offended by, sir? Because I don't remember.
Why do you believe that I'm offended? Am I using an offended tone or anything like that? I don't get it. You seem a little.
I'm asking him, what's he talking about?
Yeah, so just a moment ago, about 5 minutes ago, you were talking and you said that, and you made a statement, and it sounded like a factual type of statement when you said that. I could probably rewind the tape, but I don't remember exactly what you said, but the draft of it was like the stories in the Bible or like allegory or fictional, right? That's the tone that I took from that statement. I was just asking you, what proof do you have? Then you asked me what proof that I have that they are real. I don't have that proof. But when you
so why are you asking me that question if you ain't even got the same proof?
Well, because you made a factual type of statement.
That don't even make sense to me. That's a dumbass question.
Well, let's say the proof that would be in the pudding is there's
what proof is in the pudding? Did you see Jesus?
Well, let's take a look at the proof. Let's have a conversation about it if we're allowed to do that. The proof that the Bible gives is the witnesses that come from different parts that didn't talk to each other supposedly and all of this. So that's the proof that the Bible presents. Now you don't have to accept that as proof.
The Bible is written by man. What are you talking about?
Is that actual proof is the question. I understand that it's your
proof.
Look. I'm asking Trika a question just real quick.
Go ahead.
I could wrote the Bible.
So that's fine. So if Peter said that he saw this, if John said that he saw this, and that at the time, you said that was how many years ago? 2,000 years ago.
And you're trusting in people that you've never met in real life. Let's keep this factual,
so
right?
Trika, do you understand the logic of what I'm saying?
Having a belief in something that was passed on to you from someone.
What was considered proof, you needed 2 to 3 witnesses, right? So that's the Bible's proof. Now you made a factual statement like you know that these guys were lying. Now, how do you know that?
I know who was lying. I said there were some fables and parables in the Bible. There are.
That's not what you said.
Hey, real quick, Trigger. Kareem, you're talking about saying that somebody's lying. I asked you a direct ass question. If you've seen God create the sun and you said yes, what?
That's because their sons created all the time.
No,
I'm aware of
you
this.
didn't see him created.
You saw him created?
No, I didn't see him created.
Thank you. Earlier you said yeah. So we can't talk about lies. I'm sorry, but don't.
Well, look, if a new son is created,
no, because I never came on here lying. I don't lie.
If a new son is created,
who
created it?
I did say that the Bible is full of parables and metaphors. That's what I said.
The question is that did you see it? Did you see the being that you talk about?
Yeah, that's it.
No,
that's it.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I seen new sons being created. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know who created them then?
I know
you can't say you see new sons being created.
He didn't, but we're gonna let him rock. We're gonna let him rock. He didn't see it.
Where they was created at?
Where? And how?
They created every day. Every star is a sun. Every star is a sun.
How do you know
Every
that they're
star
being
is not a
created?
sun.
You said what?
How do you
She
know?
said every star is not a sun.
I wasn't talking to her.
Oh, he never talking to me when I'm on here with him.
This is the first time you ever been on here with me, man.
No, it ain't.
Well,
No,
I just don't
but
remember.
let's get back to the situation. Because the reason why I'm interjecting, Kareem, and I'm gonna let y'all rock.
Definitely never spoken to you before, never for sure.
But the reason why I interjected in y'all conversation is because the same thing you're trying to do to her is the same questions that I was asking you, and now you're saying that you ain't seen this shit be created. Earlier you said, yeah, I've seen this shit be created. So now we're talking about lying. Let's not go there, because now you're trying to say that your belief is constituted the truth, but now you just now said, oh, well, I ain't seen it be created. I know that there's new things being created, but that's not the basis of the question. The basis of the question is, did you see this shit be created?
Okay, so and so like you said, based on my perspective, I have seen it created. Did I see it with my own eyes? When you go into more detail,
based on your perspective, you seen it be created
with my own eyes? Did I see him?
No,
but I've seen new suns created in my time. There's been new suns created.
On your perspective, you seen it be created.
What? Hey. You lying right now.
I thought you was gonna let that ride.
Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. Say that is the truth. Say that is it, right?
So according to Google, the sun is a star.
You're going to according to Google, not the Bible.
And then according to Google,
everything.
Okay, just making sure.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah, you good. You got it.
Okay, and watch this. It says a star is born per day. So have I seen a star created? Absolutely.
But our main sun, that's what we're talking about.
The beginning of the star being created.
How do you? So let me ask you this: how do you see it?
The sun is a star,
wait. Hold on.
Star is not the sun. That's the difference. You're trying to put the same thing in the same thing. I'm ruled by the sun. The sun is a star, but every star is not a sun.
Every 2 seconds.
It is not.
Excuse me. Every 2 seconds,
let me ask you a question.
Created. So we all have witnessed stars.
And that is as above and below. With that,
how do you see a star created without seeing a star be created with your eyes?
The conversation actually stemmed from me saying that y'all can't create stars or suns. Yeah.
No, you said they couldn't create elements.
Or elements. You can't create stars, suns, or elements.
Okay, so check this out. You said we can't create stars or suns, but you also just now said that you see stars and suns being created. Am I lying or no?
Yes, I have seen them in my lifetime.
So wait. So the answer to your question, because you had asked me, so why don't you create a sun? Why don't you create a star? And I said I already did that, right? But based off of what you're saying right now, and knowing where we stand at, and we are creators, I'm also creating new suns and stars as we speak right now. And you said that you've seen it, so.
But I just want you to create the stars. Well, show me again. Show me right now. Show me.
Go look outside. Go look outside.
But you didn't do that.
Stars. I did do that. I'm doing it right now. Go look out. I'm telling you.
That's my point. You a God who can't create suns and stars.
I'm creating them as we speak. You can go outside and look at them.
We are stardust. We are made of the same things that stars are made of.
Yeah, that book said we was created.
But you're missing a few elements, though. You missing a few elements.
No, we're not. We are the same elements.
You don't even have all the elements that's in the universe. In you,
all the elements in the universe.
We have all the elements necessary for our being.
Wait. Yeah. What are you basing what we can't do on?
I'm saying that you said that you was a god. So anytime you said that you were a god, you should be able to create godly like things.
So what are you basing what we cannot do or currently doing right now on? What is your comparison?
I'm comparing it to what's in existence.
So you see what's going on in the spirit world, what I'm creating.
That's not my question. I'm asking you.
Havoc, madness.
No. That's not what I'm asking. Selfmade said that he's currently creating a star right now. And you said, no, he's not. How do you know he's not? What are you basing it on?
He's not.
How? What's the comparison confirm
Oh,
in your
that's
mind.
his truth, y'all. That's his perspective. Remember, that's his truth.
What is the validation or confirmation in your mind to constitute that he's not?
He's not.
And you
What
literally
are you basing it on?
Facts.
science confirms.
What facts?
What's the science say? Science says new stars are being created twice a day.
Hold up, self. What's the facts?
Well, let's see. A star's got the elements in it, right? So you ain't releasing no elements out of you.
You sound stupid as fuck. You release elements every day.
No, your mama sound that way. More like your mama
I
sound.
didn't say what the stars contain. We're talking about the creation of, the process of.
I'm about to leave.
What are you saying?
I can't do this.
What are you constituting that Selfmade is not creating a star? What lets you know that for sure that because you've obviously seen a star being created, right?
That's what he said.
Yeah,
we see stars created every day.
Okay, so what's the process of creating a star?
I don't see. Stars are made out of certain elements, right?
I'm not asking what it's made out of. I don't see him
releasing no elements out of him. So how could you create a star?
Why do
you can see elements come out of him? That's a gift. You can see elements come out of him.
Right. You can't even see the elements.
God damn, you a superhero. What the fuck you doing on this
see elements coming out of the sun, but we know that the sun is kicking out elements. We're not gonna go there. But
you can't see light rays.
Kareem, but we are the
there's gamma rays and other rays that we cannot see. We know you can't even see the air that you breathe. We're not going to go there. But
you can't see vitamin D, but you know you're getting it from the sun every time the sun is shining.
I can see the light rays that's shining on my body though, giving me the light vitamin D. Though.
You can see the light rays.
Thank you.
You haven't seen a light ray before? Are you stupid or something?
Hey, hold on, Trigger, Kareem. But what I'm asking you is that you've obviously seen the process of a star being created, correct?
Right.
Okay. What is the process of the star being created? Go.
Elements coming together.
You've seen it. So what elements are we talking about?
Guess we would have to look that up.
You've seen it. Okay, so who's doing it?
God.
Where did God pull the elements from?
Himself.
And you've seen it?
Yeah, every day.
So how many of the elements did God pull from? Where's he pulling from? His hip?
I don't know. I guess if we in this universe, he's pulling from the 32 elements.
You've seen it. You can't say you don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, but we've already went over. I haven't seen it. I mean, I'm using a word I've seen, and I've told you how I'm using that word. Because stars are made every day. Now, if you're asking me, did I see God put his hands together to create a star? No. So why are you asking me that?
So you don't know that Selfmade is not creating the stars the same way that God did. Yeah.
Well, I guess we all form the stars, huh?
Yeah. That's all I'm asking for you. I'm just asking you questions.
So
do you want a star?
So he could form a star without doing nothing, huh?
Hey, God wait, Trigger. God spoke everything into existence. Selfmade could speak shit into existence.
But he didn't even speak it into existence. He didn't even do that.
You don't know what that man is doing.
He was now saying the star is being created right now. He said it. That means he spoke it.
He just spoke it.
Well, if you can create a star, you should be able to bring it to my house too, then, right?
Oh my God. This is some 3D ass right here, bro. I can't do it. I can't. We made the planet because we are the planet. Thank you, Anthony. We are stardust. We are the stars. We are literally made of the same elements of the stars. Hey, look,
I just created something tonight.
Go and do some science.
I created some chicken stuff. I created some chicken stuff with some mozzarella cheese with some bacon wrapped around.
Go
ahead, get your life.
Sound good in the motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
Sound good.
Put them elements together, huh? Created
some elements.
Yeah, I can bring that to your house, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are material elements.
I think stars might be bigger than houses. I don't know. I'm just saying that they might be.
Just a little bit.
You can make a little mini one. You can make a little mini one.
Hey, I'll make sure the light from the star reaches your house.
Right. To warm up that chicken.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
the Twine, they trolling me today. They talking about he talking about he made a star and sitting at his desk and he said, nah, I ain't trolling. They trolling me.
Hey, Kareem, look, hey, we fuck with you 1,000. Don't get that shit twisted ever. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. People might think that we don't. As far as Facebook is concerned, people probably think that like, yeah, them niggas. No, we're not beefing.
No.
We just have differences of perspectives, right? And so when we get into the depths of our mind, sometimes it's hard to. People say all the time, well, I can't understand what God thinks and things like that, and that's absolutely fine. So now we're left to define our own thoughts, right? And that's absolutely fine.
But we do that by having community like this and having
Exactly.
conversations like this and balancing each other's, let me throw my fact against your fact and let's see how it fact out. So.
Exactly. And so the perspectives, again, we're all talking perspectives of the same thing. Don't get that twisted for anything, right? But it just comes down to the acceptance of what we are as opposed to what people think that we may not be. And I guess you would want to say that proof would constitute the truth, but there's not proof of the air that we breathe. We just understand that the air is there. You understand what I'm trying to say? So when it comes down to that,
there's proof of it. There's definitely proof.
I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is that
we
don't need to argue that the air is there, right?
Right.
So with that being stated, you could say, I can tell you, Kareem, the air's not there, right? That would be my perspective. But then I would say, Kareem, well, I am breathing air, but I just can't prove it. So it would take a level of understanding on a broad perspective to say, hey, nigga, 2 + 2 is 4. That's my perspective, right? I'm going to stand on that. But are we opening up enough to say that 5 - 1 is 4? And I think that's where it comes in different at. Like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah, 5 - 1 is going to definitely be 4 every time. It's the same equation.
Yeah, but see, we're talking about different formulas.
Because you can take it 2 different ways. So
yeah, but you can't. But look,
it always equals to the same thing.
Matter what,
that's what he's saying. Like no matter how many different ways you approach it, it still equals to the same thing.
Right. It always equal to the same as long as the foundation is the same, right? As far as the numbers are the same. So you can switch the numbers out in any direction that you want to. But what I was explaining to y'all before, and I don't want to go too much further into this, is just that, you know what I'm saying? Like, again, yeah, 1 - 4 is, but 6 + 1 is not 4. You see what I'm saying? And so if you tell me that 6 + 1 is 4, I'm just inclined to think that you're telling a fib.
No, we were just talking about it can all be rearranged by perspectives. Different perspectives can rearrange come to the same end. So it doesn't mean there's one way to get there. There's multiple truths of how to get to that truth.
Cap.
Yeah. So, but ultimately, because I want to get back to the topic of the generational curses, because we've been down the rabbit hole, and I appreciate everybody that went on that journey with us. Because again, sometimes we have to go this deep in order to alleviate ourselves. What we're doing right now is still would be considered shadow work, right? Because then we would have to let go of what we're holding on to in order to grab what we should be holding on to, right? So it's just like there's different levels and angles of things, and that's why, and not to try to pump it, but that's why this I am shit is just like, okay, I'm open to all things. It's not I'm not just this one thing, because it's not gonna happen, because you can't box me into one level of ideology. So the I am is open to all things. So Kareem, throughout the duration of the night when you were speaking, there were certain things that I agreed with you with for sure, right? Just like Krishna, just like Big Five that was on here. Everybody that was on here tonight have their own personal perspective of how things operate and work. Do we accept these things as truth? Maybe not, maybe so. You know what I mean? But it just depends on where you're at, right? So as long as you keep yourself open, knowing that the being that we are is constantly evolving and growing, then if you try to stay stagnant in one place, what does that look like?
Mm.
Like, you know what I mean? And that's why I asked you earlier, Kareem, were you always a non-orthodox? And your answer was no. That means you had a level of openness
Involvement.
to make from one thing to go from one place to the next.
You asked me, was I always a Christian? I said no. I was always been a non-orthodox.
And I'm correcting myself by saying non-orthodox because I know that you subscribe to being non-orthodox. I might have said Christian earlier, but I'm not trying to disrespect what your path is, right? So I know that you associate yourself with being non-orthodox. That's why I'm saying it now. But ultimately, what I'm saying is that you came from one level and then transcended or shifted your energy to the next, however you want to take it, right? So with that being stated, you were open to a different perspective, which allowed you to grasp this new perspective. So this is the only thing that we're doing is introducing different perspectives. And it seems like if you switch from one to the next, that means you're open enough to at least have this conversation that we're having right now with an open mind. That's all I'm saying.
Well, in the beginning, I never had my own true perspective from my own, education and research. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I was going off the perspective that other people had.
So with the Bible, that's other people's ideology.
You said what?
With the Bible, that's other people's ideology, right?
Right.
Not really. That's not really because
you may say that it resonates with you because it's confirmation for you, but if you didn't write it, it's still somebody else's shit.
Yeah.
Not really.
That's cool.
Not really, because see what happens was the truth when the truth is written down, it's not somebody else's. It's just period. It is what it is. So that's why
I got a question.
Real quick, Tyrone.
I need to hear Tyrone. I need to hear Tyrone.
I want to say this real quick. The reason why I came over to my new how I feel now is because of confirmation. So it wasn't based on faith. You see what I'm saying? It was based on faith too, but it was because of confirmation from experience. So when I say that before, it was just information and somebody had told me, it wasn't my own. So once I started to get that confirmation out of the word, it doesn't matter it's about somebody's ideology because I'm getting a real life experience. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I can rock with that. Now, my question is, say I'm a Muslim. What if I have the exact same feelings you have right now? So who's to say I'm right and who's to say you wrong?
That's a good question. I think that it comes down to the foundation and it comes down to the confirmation. So, okay, so
it's the same confirmation.
Okay, well, look, let me just answer this question the way that I believe, you know what I mean, that it will work for me. Like, okay, so being a Muslim, what is the word telling you as a Muslim? You know what I'm saying? Is it telling? I don't know everything that the Muslims say. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But okay, if my word is telling me to forgive, you see, I don't know what the Muslims say, but I'm just saying, like, say the opposite, right? If it say, because I know that in some Muslims they say I did. No, matter of fact, that was a satanic Bible that you posted. Instead of forgiving, you're supposed to go after your enemy or something like that. Ain't that what it said? Woon?
I remember that.
The Bible says an eye for an eye and shit too, but go ahead.
Yeah, but it was something that you posted, and it was basically like the people who some people deserve to have your wrath. That's basically what it was saying, but the Bible don't necessarily say that. It say that's Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? After Jesus came and said, you're supposed to forgive your enemies, blah, 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 blah. So if something is saying the opposite of that, but you getting that confirmation, I mean, but you getting that same feeling that I'm getting, then let's look at confirmation. How does when we live our life in real time, right? If I'm holding anger toward people, or if I'm trying to get my eye for an eye on every person, what is that going to lead? Is my confirmation in my experience? I'm probably going to end up in prison or in jail or whatever, because I'm trying to go after these people that harm me. You see what I'm saying? So my confirmation ain't coming back correct. You get what I mean?
You're the one that follows the Bible that says the eye for eye shit. So where does that leave you?
I think we just went over that, ma'am, and that's in the Old Testament. And when Jesus came, it kind of changed the game a little bit. But yeah,
so you throw away the whole first part of the
you
Bible.
Choose to follow that. You're saying that that's a struggle all your life.
Jesus said he didn't come to change.
But just because the Bible said it, and you feel some type of way about it, you still do it.
Did you hear what I was saying about the confirmation
Yeah,
part?
I
It's
did
not
hear
about just because the
about the
Bible said it.
confirmation,
It's
the
about because
formation,
the
and all the
confirmation that I was
foundation.
getting out of the word.
So you're saying that, and again, even in let me because and Kareem, you know, and I'm glad that you brought up the Satanic Bible, right? I've posted 2 different times, 2 different scriptures that came from the Satanic Bible. I did not give up the source. Period. I didn't give up the source. I only gave up the scriptures that was associated with the source, the Satanic Bible. And when I tell you, and
He thought it came out of the regular Bible.
anybody can fact check me on this. There was Christians, Hebrew
Agreeing with it.
What about me?
people. Hold on, wait. That liked the post, loved the
Mhm.
post,
I remember when
I
you did
remember.
it. We had a podcast that night, the day
I
you did it.
remember.
and shared the post, right?
Yeah.
Soon as that man said.
So when I let it simmer for a little bit.
Mhm.
I let that shit cook. And I said, hey, you want to know what? The cake is done. You guys want to know what this shit is for real? And they said, what?
Hey, am I Woon? Am I on that post? Am I on that post?
Kareem, I'm not talking about you.
But no, I'm just saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that regardless to what people thought it was, whatever it was resonated with them. So when you say the Satanic Bible said this and motherfuckers should be fucking with this, even niggas that believe in what you believe in still believed in or understood or it resonated with them
Exactly,
some Satanic Bible shit. So that would be opposite of what they naturally think that they believe.
That's because they don't have a solid foundation.
Kareem.
So the Bible talks about it. It says you know there's a guy, he throws seeds on the side of the road. Some seeds will fall in like little stubbly ground, and that's because they wasn't deep into their word. So they dry up and die off.
Let's go into you because I could pull up I got receipts on
yes, sir. I love receipts.
Kareem, the second time that I posted the scripture, you said that it can be one of both, right?
I said it can be one of both.
Yeah.
What did I say? It could be one of both of what?
You said it depends on how you're looking at it. Meaning that I can agree or I can disagree.
So if I'm correct and if my memory serves me correctly,
I got the receipts. Go ahead.
Okay, yes, sir. That's what I just told you. So might as well go ahead and pull them up now, because if my memory serves correct, when you first posted that first scripture, I was going in before you ever talked about the Satanic Bible. Before you ever said it was a Satanic Bible, I was going in on that scripture, if I remember correctly. But go ahead and pull up your receipts.
So what scripture are you talking about, Kareem?
I thought you were talking about, but you just made a statement. You said that before you said you posted 2 scriptures before you let everybody in on it, that it was a Satanic Bible. You said that a lot of people was agreeing with you. I remember those, and if my memory serves me correctly, I was going in on that scripture before you even said it was from the Satanic Bible. Now, if you saying you have receipts, just go ahead and pull it up.
You didn't respond to the first one that I posted. I'm gonna let you know that right now. You didn't respond to the first one.
Okay.
You responded to the second one. This is a year and something after that.
Okay, that's fine.
So your response to that was, well, it depends on what the situation is.
And was that my only response? Because I remember we was going in.
No. Listen to what I'm about to say. You said it depends on what the situation is. When you say depends, meaning that I can agree with it if it's this situation, or I can disagree with it if it's this situation. So regardless to whatever the situation is, you still said it depends.
Okay, and so you said you was gonna pull up the receipt, so I would like that receipt, because is that the only thing I said, or was it in context with something? Did I go on? Because most of the time I explain myself fully.
Kareem, if you gave a dichotomy, or if you gave a dualistic situation dependent upon the person or situation, that means that you can agree with somebody from this way and you can disagree with somebody from this way. So what does it matter?
I mean, well, we having a conversation right now that is an unfair conversation, because you remember something from a post from over a year ago, and you're bringing that up right now, and then I don't even remember the context of the conversation, so I can't really have the conversation with you right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't remember what the discussion was.
You think that I'm about to put you on blast and say some shit that you didn't say?
But what I'm saying is that it's okay if I said it. It's okay if I said it, but what I'm saying is that's the same thing as when people mention things that's in the Bible and it's out of context to what I was saying. So you asking me if I said one thing, then that just means this, and I probably said a whole lot of stuff.
Kareem, so when I posted it the second time, did you know that it was from the Satanic Bible?
When you posted it the second time, me and you was going in. This is what I remember. I'm
asking you a question real quick. Did you know it's from the Satanic Bible? Yes or no?
I knew it wasn't right.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, did you know it was from the Satanic Bible? Yes or no?
It didn't sit in my. It didn't resonate with me.
So you didn't have the saying of "it depends." You never said that.
I mean, that could have. I mean, I said a whole lot. Me and you went back and forth over
that's
and
all
over
I'm
and
saying,
over.
Kareem. That's all I'm saying. If you said a lot, then
what did I say? It depends about. That's what I'm saying. You're taking one line out of context of a whole lot of stuff that I said. So if I said it depends, I don't know what I'm saying.
Let me make it make sense to you. If you ask me, Woon, was it?
But that's your perspective.
Listen, Kareem. Listen.
You can't take my words and put it into your perspective, though.
Kareem, listen real quick. So if you tell me, Woon, I just now slapped the shit out this bitch, would you do the same thing? Well, it depends on what the bitch did. So that means that I can say, Kareem, you was right for smacking that bitch if the situation was called for you smacking her, or not, Kareem, you was kind of wrong for this shit for you smacking this bitch. So it depends, leaves you open to see what the nature of the situation was.
Right.
Yeah. Again, we out of context, so I can't.
Let me pull up what you.
I've been asked you to put up the receipts. I've been asked you to do that. You should have been did that.
Kareem,
it's unnecessary.
No, please pull the receipts.
It's not necessary because I would
no,
never,
it's absolutely necessary.
I would never lie on. This is my nigga for real. I would never put this nigga in the box just to make me look good.
Look, I need you to pull that receipt up, bro. 100%.
Pull it up in private.
Pull that receipt up, bro.
Can you have a conversation while I do this shit real quick?
Please do. We need to see that whole conversation.
He said for us to have a conversation while he pulled that shit up. Like, why? I mean,
yeah. Anytime you talking about receipts, you got to go to the receipts, most definitely, and we can get into that discussion. I don't mind doing that.
I mean, it's all good. It's
because
this is the thing though. People's thoughts change. So
people's thoughts change.
Unless he's pulling that some people's thoughts change. Your beliefs change, just like you changing your belief of where you are right now.
Yeah, my beliefs definitely haven't changed. I think Selfmade been on here since I first started talking, and I think my beliefs is pretty much in line with what I believed when I first got on here, and haven't changed too much of none, to be honest.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
No, stick to that, and that's the thing.
And
like,
I've been
just
on
because
here over
everybody's not agreeing with
and...
you, it doesn't mean that we don't respect what you're speaking and where your perspective is. I'm actually learning from you, even though I have my own little debates with you. So it's not nothing like, oh, I disrespect you, I don't respect what you got to say. It's just different from what I believe.
Is your name something different on the chat or something like that?
Is my name something different on what chat?
Because you keep saying we had these conversations, and I promise you no disrespect or nothing, but I absolutely do not remember ever speaking to you before this day.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, I think she's always had the same name.
Yeah, I've never seen a Trika in any of the chats, or I've never been on video with any Trika. I'm sorry.
But isn't it T on Facebook?
I have two different profiles, but so Trika Leak is the other one.
Yeah, we've never conversated.
Well, I apologize if I've never had a conversation with you. You probably just gave me off the same energy as someone who's been on here before.
Okay, yeah, that's probably what it was.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to Anthony. That he going crazy in the
Anthony,
chat.
I've been reading all your shit. He right on top of it though.
Hey, shout out to Cuzzo, man. That's my cousin.
He said it.
Shout out to the fam.
Shout out to my Cuzzo Selfmade.
Right. Real talk. Yeah, shout out to everybody else that's in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the chat was going off earlier. Definitely.
I already knew this was finna get dope. I mean, get deep. And oh boy, did it! Like, But yeah,
And
no,
look,
for the
I was
most
supposed
part.
to have my own podcast tonight, and my shit. I was like, we can't do mine tonight. I gotta get on here real quick.
Right.
But we
Yeah,
didn't
nah.
even it got so far away from the generational curses by the time I got
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
Okay, so what conclusion did y'all come to with the generational curses shit?
I don't think there was a conclusion, Tyrone.
Well, we kind of shifted into like the whole God and where the curse comes from and all of that type of
Yeah,
stuff.
okay.
Trickled into the Bible.
Tyrone, my whole drift on the whole my whole, I don't think he was on here when I was shooting my spiel, was just that a curse is I brung up Webster's dictionary, and that it means that something that you are inflicted from. So my idea is that we can all be cursed, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that it's some type of magical curse somebody put on you,
Right.
but if you're inflicted with something, then that's a curse, you know what I'm saying? And they are generational curses because we see how it works from real life experience. We get confirmation that there's curses because we see how these things are passed down from parents to children and so forth. You know what I mean?
So my thing would be, can we shake these curses?
And my thing was, I wanted to jump in on that part is because I think what a lot of people don't realize, like generational curses are not just, these bad habits and stuff that people do, like drinking and smoking and all that. Like
That's a choice. That's a choice.
That's free will.
Yeah.
Well, we don't even really believe in free will, but that's a choice type of thing. But you have to also get into the epigenetics of shit too, because you can be passed down genes from 14 generations before you about some things that happened.
Yeah.
Or some things your family went through, and you're still going to feel the effects today because that's how long that's how DNA works. It's a machine.
Right.
So until you address those things, and that's why I feel like curses are not drinking and smoking, the habits. Curses are the trauma, the pain, whatever started that person to start having to numb that shit. That's the curse. So a lot of people may not start drinking, but they still have to deal with the family curse of guilt or shame or something like that. So it gets way deeper than just the surface level when we talk about generational curses.
Absolutely.
And I think we all need to realize, like, the meaning, the curses, like, only we in the man in our society put the negative connotation to curses. So it makes you feel like it's a bad thing. But maybe if we flipped it around, made it seem like, oh, these things that I'm supposed to get through in my life to evolve instead of it being a curse is a challenge.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's all about wordage and language for me. Like, I think that we put too much wordage behind, or too much power behind the word curse. And
so you think that we have to go through certain negative things to
evolve,
grow further in life?
Trials and tribulations.
Imagine how many times you've hit
Jesus had to.
you hit a real bad time. You like, fuck you, but you got up though, right? And when you got up, you realize that, hey, if that shit ever happened to me again, it'll never happen like that again.
Yeah, but it's some people who have learned, the same lessons that we've learned, but they didn't have to go through none of them curses.
Hey, my show is called Know Better, Do Better. Hey, you gotta fucking know. If you don't know, you have to keep repeating the same lesson over and over until you get the message. And then when you get that shit, then you evolve and you don't go back.
But what I'm saying is, like, if it's something that we gotta all go through, go ahead, Woon, because you got the receipt.
That shit locked and loaded.
Stop being petty, Kareem.
Hey.
And like I said, before we even go into it, I want to see everything, brother, because I want to see all the receipts. Yeah.
Hey, let me
email them to you.
Hey, let me say this real quick, because shit be funny as hell, right? I'm gonna just ask this real quick, and the reason why I have to ask this is I want everybody to understand what I'm about to say, and I know Selfmade knows. Have anybody ever been on social media and has been in a conversation and has deleted what they said?
I have before, but I rarely do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Rarely.
So that's cool. So you said that okay, that's fine. So let me ask you: do you remember?
I know I didn't delete nothing from your conversation. For sure.
That's fine. But we've had conversations to where you deleted whole posts before, so I'm not gonna go there. But
No,
I'm
sir.
saying, what?
I've had a conversation with you and I've deleted comments.
I'm talking
Whole
about
post.
deleted whole posts. But let me
My post.
Yes, facts.
Oh yeah, I do that often. I often delete
that's
my
fine.
posts.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Wow.
but not no
That's
comments. I don't delete comments on people's pages, but I post stuff and I don't leave it up there for long, especially if it's religious or political.
Okay. So let me
Okay.
ask you if you're familiar with this, right? And I kind of want to put it up there so people could read it. But if you're familiar with this, you are. If you're not, you're not. But if I pull up the other one that you didn't respond to, this is the only one that you had responded to, right?
I responded to 2 of those posts. I know that for sure.
Okay. So one of them, I know that you didn't for sure. I have those receipts for sure. But this one says, and trust me, my memory is nice. It says, love is one of the most intense feelings felt by man. Ring a bell, or do I need to keep reading?
Yeah, keep reading.
Okay.
That sounds cool, but I don't remember saying it, but I probably did if you saying I said it.
Okay. And no, this is what the scripture says.
Oh,
and it
okay.
says, another is hate. Forcing yourself to feel indiscriminate love is very unnatural. If you try to love everyone, you only lessen your feelings for those who deserve your love. Repressed hatred can lead to many physical and emotional ailments. By learning to release your hatred towards those who deserve it, you cleanse yourself of these malignant emotions and need not to take your pent-up hatred out on your loved ones. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Oh shit.
Hey, so I'm gonna send this picture to you. I'm gonna blast it so people can read it and see if they really, for real, agree or disagree. So
Right.
what the scripture is saying, Kareem, is that instead of get off on who you mad at, this is ultimately what you're saying, right?
Right. I remember that post.
Thank you. Did you comment on the post?
I'm sure. I thought we went. I thought I
No.
went deep on that one.
All the way. Did
I
you
thought I
comment
did a
on
whole
the
bunch of
post?
comments on that post.
Kareem, you commented on the post?
I thought I did a whole bunch of comments on that post.
Thank you. So I just now looked up the comments and you're not there.
Okay, it's not because I deleted nothing. Promise you.
I'm not saying that you did, but what I'm saying is that when I look up the comments, you're not there. So I'm asking you. So do you disagree with this post? Yes or no?
Okay, so let me just first I'll answer that question directly, right? But let me refresh you of the post that I remember specifically, and I thought it was that one.
Go ahead.
It was a post specifically, and I mentioned the post before. It was a post that was saying that you should basically take your anger out, and I thought that was the post because I mentioned it before to you. I said it was a post that was saying that you should take your anger out on the people who deserve it. That's the post I'm talking about.
That sounds like that one.
I think it might be the same thing.
We went in deep on that post, Woon.
So do you agree or disagree that you
I disagree.
No, but you don't let me ask my question. So do you agree or disagree to not take the anger out on the people who's not deserving, who did not cause you any harm?
To take anger out on people who didn't cause you any harm?
Right.
Of course, I don't think you should take anger out on people.
That's
who didn't
what this
cause
is
you harm.
saying. So you agree?
But no, I don't.
Oh my God.
Why is that funny to y'all? Because
Because you agreeing and disagreeing at the same time.
You're contradicting yourself. You're contradicting yourself.
No, you changed the words of the post. No, sir.
I'm about to send it to
No,
Self so
sir.
Self can pull
Read
it up.
the post
So
again.
we can all
In
read
the post, it says take your anger out basically on the people who deserve it. That doesn't mean that I'm saying take your anger out on people who don't deserve it. So you
do
can't
you want me
flip
to
that
reread
scenario
it?
like that.
Kareem, do you want me to reread it?
Go ahead and read it. Maybe I didn't hear it right.
Okay, maybe. And I want. Hey, so hold on. I'm gonna screenshot and send it to you right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna pull this.
Okay, so after you read it,
Oh wait, I got it.
I'm gonna tell you my perspective, if that's okay.
I think so. Yeah. Let me see.
I just don't want to seem biased in what I'm trying to say that it says. I want people to see what it says.
Your perspective, right?
Yeah,
That's
I want.
right.
There we go, right there. There we go. Thank you, Self. So Kareem, can you read that for me real quick?
Love is one of the most. If you allow me to, I'll break it down to you what I think it means as well.
That's fine.
Okay, love is one of the most intense feelings felt by man. Another is hate. I believe that's true. forcing yourself
You
to
believe
feel.
that's true? Stop. So you agree with this shit that's coming out of the Satanic Bible?
Okay, I'm explain it again in exactly the same way. Love is one of the most
Keep
intense
reading, Kareem.
feelings.
Keep reading. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, that's
Go
what I'm
ahead.
doing. Love is one of the most intense feelings felt by man. Another is hate. I agree with that. Do you need me to say
That's
it
all
again?
I
Or?
need to hear. Go ahead.
Okay. Forcing yourself to feel indiscriminate love is very unnatural. I disagree. If you try to love everyone, you only lessen your feelings for those who deserve your love. I disagree. Repressed hatred can lead to many physical and emotional elements. I agree with that. By
Ooh, you
learning to,
agree with two. Shit.
I
He
agree with
got
that
two of
statement.
them.
Yeah. By if that means that if to you that means I agree with the Satanic Bible, so be it. But I agree with that statement.
That's
Uh,
cool.
by learning to release your hatred towards those who deserve it, you can cleanse yourself of these malignant emotions and need not take your pent up hatred out on your loved ones. I completely disagree with that. I don't
Wait.
think that you have
That's
to.
a two-part
Well, you
thing.
said you was gonna let me break it down real quick.
No. I'm gonna just say this because that said two different ideas in that last sentence, and that's why there's a comma right there.
Right, but
Hold on, wait.
then when you asked me the question just now, you
Nah,
said that
you good. So it
right,
says I learned.
and then
Wait, because I
when you
know what
flip
part
you when
Wait,
you see how
Kareem.
you flip that question on me, this says by learning to release your hatred toward those who deserve it, you cleanse yourself of these malignant emotions and need not take up pent up hatred out on your loved ones.
So
So
do you think
that doesn't say to me when I read that doesn't say to me that I'm taking up. It doesn't say to me what you asked me. You know what I'm saying?
okay? So I'm asking you. So do you think that ultimately what that's saying, Kareem, is that don't come home and flash on your kids because your boss didn't make you mad at work? That's the only thing that that's saying. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah, I disagree.
Hey, but look, regardless to if you disagree with that right now, you agree with two things that you read out of the Satanic Bible. That's enough for me. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
you agree with some of the
My
things
Bible will say the
out
same
of the
thing.
Satanic Bible.
Love is one of the most intense feelings. Wow, I agree with the Satanic Bible. I think anybody could agree with that. It's an
Thank you,
intense feeling,
Kareem.
right? So if that's special for you, hey, you can cherish
It's
that
not
moment.
special for me. You
It
said
must be. It
you
must be
you
like oh, you
demonized.
agree with the Satanic Bible?
Hold on,
Okay,
wait.
it's a statement. It's
The
a
whole
statement.
point
It's a
is that
factual
you
statement. Loving
demonized
it is
me.
an intense feeling. Big
Wait,
whooping.
you
Okay,
demonized
where
me
the main
for
part I
putting
disagree
out.
on though, the main part that I disagree on is when it's talking about learning to release your hatred toward those who
Hey,
deserve it.
you could drop it, Sub. You could take it over there.
You know what I'm saying? I disagree with that part. I don't think we should take our hatred out on nobody.
You demonized me for saying for
Yeah.
introducing a difference of thought by way of the Satanic Bible, but when you read scripture from it, you agree with some of it.
But you know what's crazy is my you said my comments ain't on there, and I think I had probably 30 comments on there.
That's cool. That's cool. Trust me. We got your comments right now. That these are the receipts.
Okay, what about your other Satanic Post Bible? Like my comments ain't on that one either.
It don't even matter at this point. My point is that's why I pulled it up so you can read it so we can see if you agree or disagree. And just like I said earlier, you said it depends. So there's certain things that you agree with.
I didn't, but you couldn't pull that receipt up, and
That's absolutely fine. But we see it in real time. I don't need receipts. So there's certain things that you agree with, and there's certain things that you don't. Correct?
the overall part of the statement I don't agree with. What the statement is saying, I don't agree with.
Kareem, it's all. If you agree with it, you do. If you don't, you don't. Right?
No, that's false.
Okay. So
I
just
see
like I
how you.
said earlier, you said it depends on certain things.
That's not
Certain
what I
things
said.
don't-
Now I'm gonna say I didn't even say that.
Okay, that's fine. You can say
Because you
that you
can't pull
didn't
up the
say
receipt.
that. You can say that you didn't say that. That's absolutely fine.
You're
But
saying it now.
But now that we bring it into
No, I'm
light,
not. I'm saying
but
I don't
now,
agree with.
but
I'm
now,
just saying
but
I don't
now,
agree with the statement.
but now that we bring,
Is love an intense feeling? Yeah, but that so the statement. Look, anytime you say something, is to convey a message. The message
go
that is
ahead,
being
Greg.
conveyed, the message that is being conveyed by that post, I don't agree with. Is love an intense feeling? Yes, I agree with that. Does that mean I agree with the statement? Absolutely not. Loving it is a tense feeling. The message that they're conveying, I don't agree with, which is that you should focus your hate on people
on
who
those that
deserve it.
deserve it, right?
I completely disagree with that. So there's nothing about that statement I agree with except for love is an intense feeling.
In the Bible, it says eye for an eye. It's kind of the
Okay,
same thing.
we definitely went over that, Tyrone. I think you wasn't on there. That's in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus didn't come to change nothing, but he came to clarify. You know
So
what
the
I'm saying?
Old Testament is no longer valid because of
So
the New
Jesus
Testament.
didn't come to change nothing, but he came to clarify. And when he clarified, he let us know that the proper way is not eye for eye.
Hey, Selfmade, can we pull up that scripture one more time?
Why?
What part do you agree with, Kareem?
Love is an intense feeling.
And then what else?
This one, repressed hatred can lead to many physical and emotional ailments.
Right.
Yep. Repressed hatred can lead to physical and emotional elements. That's a fact.
Okay. So you agree with some of the things that it's saying, right?
I agree with some of the things that it's saying, but I don't agree with the message of what it's saying. It's making blanket statements. It's just like if something was to say, we should kill.
Let's put it into real time.
It's just like if some.
Let's put it into real time.
It's just like if something was to
somebody
say.
come up to you and smack you, what you gonna do?
No, it's just like if something was to say, we should kill everybody.
No, I'm asking.
But before that, they make a true statement. Humans are alive. We should kill everybody, and I agree with the humans are alive part. Like that's what you're doing right now.
No, listen to what I'm saying. So if somebody comes up to you, or somebody comes into your house and tries to break into your house while you and your family are there, what are you gonna do, Kareem?
Of course, defend my home.
Thank you, sir. Can we move on to the next topic?
Absolutely.
Yep, it's 4 hours in, 10:30. It's about that time that we shut it down.
I was just about to say, I got
it
a
was a
dip on
good
y'all.
build. It was a good build.
I want to hear.
You know how I do. I dip on y'all in the private chat.
And look,
I wanted to hear more Tyrone because this is first time on. So and again, Kareem, I'm not saying that you're saying anything wrong. Unfortunately, I've had witness me not deleting comments and the person who's put up comment, and I can show you this for real, not deleting their comments, but sometimes Facebook deletes comments. Sometimes that happens. So I'm not trying to throw you on the bus and say that you said something that you didn't say, but this is why I'm bringing it up right now. But the idea of
I'm not gonna lie to you. It was always suspicious to me when you were saying I said that. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't.
Yeah,
really
no. And
but because you were saying I said it, I said, okay, well maybe I have said it, but let's look at it in the context of what I was saying. You know what I mean?
Right. So if I put it into a real life situation, saying that if somebody breaks into your house, you're gonna take action. That's all I need to know. That's confirmation for me. That's all I need to know, because that's all what it's saying. But that's fine. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes we get, and this is the point of me sharing the shit that comes from the Satanic Bible, is to say that
what we should do to people who deserve our hatred.
Love
them. Love them people.
I knew right where you was going with it.
Hey, look,
they hate that shit.
Right, so I'm gonna come breaking your shit tonight. Don't
and
shoot
just
me.
Love me.
I'm gonna smack this shit out your kids and everything. I'm just simple. What I'm saying is,
but I don't have to hate you to shoot you. I don't got to hate you to defend my home. I don't got to hate you.
Yeah. So what does hatred mean?
Yeah, if you breaking my home, I'm just defending my home. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
You got a point. I can rock with that.
Hey, look. So watch this. What is hate spawn from?
You tell me.
Is it love for real?
Is it love?
Definitely not love.
Fear.
All right.
But hate spawns from love? How? Explain it to me.
They're opposite. They're polar opposites.
So how do they spawn from one another?
They are the same, and one
as above, as below.
They're one of the same coin. Duality.
Oh, you can't explain it?
I can explain it.
We are explaining it.
As above, as below. Yin and yang.
Let me explain it to you, Kareem. I can have somebody that hates on me, right? How do they know what I'm doing?
Because they love you.
I don't know.
They
because
watching
They
you.
love
they're
you.
watching me. They're admiring me.
They
So
love you.
that mean that they love you.
Yes.
I
Come
guess that's
on now.
perception.
Okay, y'all. I gotta go because I got work in the morning. But it's been a blessing, brothers.
Appreciate you as
Yes, for sure,
always.
goddess. For sure, goddess.
Appreciate you always for sliding through.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all for always letting me in, even though I'm be off the wall and shit sometimes. But
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
all
We needed
Yeah. I'm
that.
gonna go and jump off too. I appreciate y'all, man. It was a good build tonight. You know what I'm
Definitely.
saying? I think we
for
got down to the
sure,
nitty gritty.
everybody stay blessed,
You know what I'm
stay
saying?
safe wherever you
I'm
are.
gonna definitely expect you to be able to pull up them receipts next time you jump off and say you're gonna pull up some
Oh
receipts.
Lord,
You know what I'm
better get
saying?
the
damn.
seats.
I pulled up the scripture.
Hey, Anthony Dutert, you gonna have to jump on here next time instead of all
Uh
the comments, man. You know what I'm saying?
oh.
Hey,
You
yeah,
know,
he'll jump in here. He'll
That
nice
jump
to
sound
meet
like
in.
a
you, Tyrone.
challenge. That sound
Yeah,
like a
nice to meet you,
challenge.
Tyrone. We'll
Yeah.
holler a different day, brother.
Yes,
Man.
sir. For sure. For
Hey,
sure.
nah,
For sure.
And to the
Kareem,
host, thank y'all for having a
definitely pulls
podcast. You
up.
know what I mean?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
get that
yeah.
to Kareem. Hey, Kareem, before you get off real quick, the reason why I fuck with Kareem is because Kareem is going to pull up. Period.
Yeah.
Period. So again, for the people who think that it's a beef, it's not a beef. This is my nigga like a motherfucker. I don't give a fuck what's happening. Like this is my nigga for real.
For real, for real.
So the differences of opinion is going to strengthen me. I tell Kareem all the time. I was just like, I discounted the Bible. Kareem was like, nigga, you better read that motherfucker before you discount it. And I said, you want to know what? You're absolutely correct. That's my nigga for reals. If he wouldn't have said that amongst other people, I would have been dumb to the confirmations that the Bible give. And I'm gonna give Kareem that all the time. Period.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. It's always a
Most
pleasure having
def.
you on here, for real, for real.
What's the next topic next week, yo?
I don't
The same
know,
thing
man.
with the Bible.
Nah,
Huh?
I want to get on that Hinduism, man.
Hey,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
we
no,
can
no,
run
oh,
that.
yeah.
We can
Vishnu,
run that.
Krishna
yeah,
gotta
that's.
pull up for sure.
Yeah, we'll run that. We'll run
Hey,
that.
Kareem, I'll tell you one thing about that shit. Vishnu and Jesus have a similar story. It's a little bit changed, but if you look at it, read them side by side, you be like, oh shit, like did one motherfucker copy this shit out of another book? But it's crazy, man. And that's why I said, like, when it comes to religion, all of them are the same thing. They're saying the same shit, just in a different language, bro.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fact.
That was the point that I was trying to make to you earlier with the Muslim shit. Because I'm not even Muslim. I'm not religious at all. But I grew up a Christian, and I went my own way.
Well, you know how the Muslims, you know how they story come about. It was supposed to be basically it was a fallen angel. You know what I'm saying? It was a demonic spirit that went and got Muhammad, had him in the cave, choked him out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Scared him to death, and then and sent him home to his wife. When he went home to his wife, he told his wife he met a demon. His wife convinced him that he was in there with God, so he kept going back and forth to the cave. That's the story. It's in the Quran.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did not know that. Hey, why do these
That's a fact. That's a fact. I know about that. That's a fact.
Why do these stories, Quran and Bible alike, be talking about that cave shit? That cave.
Cause it's the same shit.
Yeah, going in. He's just like your shadow self come out to the light.
Even Hinduism. Looking to Hinduism, the same thing. They would, I think, maybe not a cave, but they was out in the mountains. You know what I'm saying? By itself, and a spirit came and visited him.
I think they might be transmuting.
I mean, they all saying the same shit. They just have to
Saying the
say it in their
same
language,
shit, bro.
and
Yeah,
their
because
language is gonna be something different personified. You know what I'm
but you got to
saying?
understand what's really going on, because it is a spiritual world that's going on. So it really is, to me, in my opinion, I think that it is really false angels or demons out here that's giving life to these false religions. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why, and without a little bit of truth in it, it's not going to resonate with people. So that's why the angel come give a little bit of truth, and to throw people off of the real word of Christ, and for people don't get saved by Christ. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't get saved by Christ, you're going to hell. Period.
I think that's synonymous with the overall topic of what the original discussion was with the curses. I think a curse is a false understanding of what this shit is for real. Is it safe for me to say that?
So that's why the demon to come in and he'll give you the same story and say, just don't get accepted by Jesus. So it all sound good, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, so don't accept the curse. Do you accept the curse as being a curse?
I don't accept no curse on my life.
You just don't accept people can curse you.
Oh, are you talking about the curse from God?
I'm saying any type of curse, do you accept it as a curse?
Yeah, I would have to. I see that the ground is cursed. You know what I mean?
So do you get your fruits from the ground?
Yeah.
Does it keep you healthy?
I get thorns and thistles from that ground too.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm saying does the fruit that you eat keep you healthy?
There's great famines all the time where stuff don't grow.
I'm just asking a question. Does the fruits that grow from the ground keep you healthy?
Yeah.
This is a perfect perfect conversation that's just talking about the ups and downs, lefts and rights, the cycles of the patterns and shit. Just life, nigga. Shit go up, shit go down. That's how that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? As above, so below. Like,
Yeah.
keep looping this shit
good
around this
shit.
motherfucker.
I'm only an hour in. We started the loop already.
Yeah, I love different perspectives. I promise I do. And it's just like, again, I think that and I'm gonna have to say this as far as a conclusive thing, right? I don't want to talk too much. But I think because I had a conversation with Big Five that was on earlier, that's a Young Life. And he, we had a conversation before him coming on, which is why he came on. And I think that throughout the duration of this conversation, that he probably maybe, I don't want to say changed his perspective, but at least understood that a curse may not be as bad as what we make it to be. And even Kareem, there's such things as good curses. So with that being stated,
yeah, and then I'll say this last thing before I go. I didn't know.
That's a good point.
I didn't know Big Five was that sharp. You know what I'm saying? I see from his posts and everything that because I know he know how to get active and turned up out there, but I see he coming a long way just in his mental journey, just based on his posts and everything. So it's good to see him on here, and you know what I mean, and blah blah blah. So
that's why we do this, man. That's why we do it. You feel me?
Facts.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Good to holler at y'all, man. I'm gonna jump off here.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all, man.
Yes, sir. I'm off next Thursday too, man. So I'm gonna be on.
Okay. Hey, yeah. It's good, man. We gotta get you in there for real.
I made sure I took 2 Thursdays off in a row.
Right. Real talk.
Tyrone, I'm a prompt you right now because I know that sometimes you do subscribe to a higher being. So I wanna definitely talk about that.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So
we can run that the next time.
Yeah, the next time. Not right now.
I'm gonna say we can take it now. We take it
if you want to give a synopsis, that's absolutely fine to get people, tuned in with where you're gonna be at. But it's gonna be for next week.
Yeah, we keep it for next week. We keep it for next week for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, yes, man. Hey, it's first time on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, finally got in here, man.
That last week, that was some bullshit, man.
All right.
That was some bull. I'm on my computer, bro. I can't use my phone.
Hey, that shit it's crazy. 1,000 though. Now this shit, Chris, it's cool now. So
yeah,
we know what works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
But we appreciate you. That shit is
yes, sir. I appreciate y'all for having me, man. I'm gonna support the I Am crew for sure.
Nigga, you is I Am.
Right.
Hey, man, motherfuckers don't be kicking this shit, man. Like y'all be kicking it, man. A lot of people like they it's like it's okay to be stuck in it's okay to be stuck in your box, but you gotta open that motherfucker up.
That's a little bit, peek a little bit.
Right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's real, man. I look forward to you feel me, building with you for real on the next one.
For sure. I'm gonna have to pull up on you, Self.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, just hit me.
Yeah, for sure, man.
All right,
y'all.
All right, peace and war. I'm gonna have to start saying peace and war.
Peace and war, huh?
Yeah.
Real talk.
Hey, but this was one of them ones. My goodness.
Hey, yeah, this one was lit. I fucks with this. For
Yeah,
sure.
I wish. Let me super salute Kareem because Kareem did come on, and he did present a difference of opinion on Facebook that spawned this whole show for sure. And
Yeah.
it's on his ground for sure. But then
Mhm.
we had Young Life that came on. Tyrone came on and did that Dougie, but it's just like I think that at the end of the day, that people really don't think that curses are such a bad thing. Kareem said it.
Yeah, he said there's good curses too. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, the more you really start thinking about it and talking about it, it seems like we're hitting a circle of going up. Like, yeah, look at it this way, and then he's playing the adversary. Like, nah, it's this way. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? And then
yeah,
we keep doing that, and the more you do that, the more it's like, wait, hold on, I'm, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the dance that is created by us going from one perspective back to a different perspective, back to another perspective, and you start to paint this picture of like it's both. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Like from the outside looking in, it's like, wait, hold on. I don't like, okay, wait, hold on. I'm seeing two pictures that are mending as one. You know
as
what I'm
one.
saying?
And it's dope
So,
that you say that because what you just now said personified or symbolized is eternity, is the
exactly.
infinite, right? One side,
Exactly.
the other side, you get that middle perspective. For the people
Hmm.
who like to deal with astrology, you got the 12 signs in a circle, then the sun is in the middle.
Exactly. And so it's like I understand because I came from that other side. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? So that's where that I get what you're saying, and it's a difference of perspective. You know what I'm saying?
right.
If you haven't never checked out the box, if you ain't never peeked outside or stepped outside, if you've been inside the whole time, and you choose not to come outside based off of your own beliefs and you know what I mean, whatever it is, then that's your decision. But you're missing out on a whole different side and perspective of understanding this same thing. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And then we talk a lot about, and I'm gonna give an opposite to what I was saying, especially about the circle or the wheel. When you're
Mhm.
inside of the circle, you can basically look around yourself and see all different perspectives when you're inside of the circle, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's just like when you look around, you can see that it's just a circle because now instead of putting yourself in one position or one angle, now
Exactly.
you remove yourself, and this is what the Bible is saying: don't lean on your own understanding. You're removing yourself from that, and then now you're placing yourself outside of the circle or inside of the circle, but the outside perspective, right?
Right. Exactly.
When people understand that shit, it's just like it's lit. But again, and I don't want to make it seem like I have false receipts on Kareem. So for the people who are like, yeah, he didn't pull it up, but trust me, the answer that he gave is similar.
Yeah, I mean, I took it as such. If you agree to certain parts of the scripture and don't agree to certain parts of it, then or the whole, if you don't agree to the statement, but you agree to pieces and parts of what makes that statement, then you know what I mean. Like it's both right there. You agree to and disagree at the same time. So
We are humans. We are spirits having a human experience. The human experience is going to allow you to be on some human shit. Accept that part of yourself. Don't deny it.
at
Because
all,
as soon as you accept it, then that means your spirit is saying, thank you. This is the mission that I wanted you to do for me. You're the vessel. You're taking me to the place that I can't go by myself. Accept the
man.
car. Accept your car, whether it's a Volvo, a Camaro, goddamn,
Exactly.
a Toyota Prius.
Yeah, it's all gonna get you there. That's all that matters. It's gonna get you there,
It's gonna break down on you sometimes. You're gonna have to put oil in that motherfucker. You
man.
gotta change your tires. Spark plug's gonna go out, so it may
That's the
fuck.
curse. That's the curse.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It
The
may
curse.
fuck
The curse is my alternator that went out. Nigga.
up,
My
but
battery's shortened out.
yeah, you gonna
You
get there.
gotta change your battery though.
Yeah, Hey, well, peace in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody that was talking with us. I couldn't do the Facebook shit because I was actually talking. You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody that was on the Facebook. Shout out to everybody that's on YouTube. Again, if you guys can like, share, subscribe, and all the other things to keep this algorithm going, it's lit. And you guys are a part of something that's phenomenal because just like a lot of people would say that, like, you know, we bring a different perspective. So, you know, we're not doing nothing that's not regular, but we're just doing it, as Selfmade would say, relentlessly, right? Shout out to that song. I love that song, by the way. But it's just that we do it freely and we do it, you know, for the people. So it's just like, you know, we're at where we're at, and then we still learn from you guys, but it's just like, let's get this thing lit for real. Let's
really build, man. To the next one.
Yes.
We appreciate y'all, man, as always.
Yes.
We out, man.
We out.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.